to be looking for business opportunities that give you passive income, so you can reduce those hours and still earn that income. I find that a lot of women in business do not cost their own personal time into the business. They also do not cost the value of their time in the business. So as they grow, they don't have that budget for employing more people. AI, are you researching the market, your target market? Is that going to be affected by your AI taking your customers? Are you adjusting to that? I suggest you also diversify your supply chains. And for those that think Australia is the lucky country, the fastest growing group of women that are homeless today is women 55 plus. So women do not, in small business, women do not put money away for retirement because they're not charging enough, they're not managing their money because they're managing their business with their family and their lifestyle. So women are homeless in Australia and it's a fast growing problem. So develop that passive income. So the SDGs I'm very passionate about, but it's like the world's best kept secret. Very few people understand this. You can get these goals from the global goals here, or you can email me and I can give them to you. Align your business for what is you're passionate about. Promote the number that you're associated with. Gender equality is my issue. Of course, 17 is the partnerships for goals. Don't try and do things all by yourself. Reach out, form alliances, form strategic alliances. One person in business cannot have enough hours in a day to do things that are possible with your talent and skills. So join up with the global goals. Gender equality, I go to the UN, I run forums there each year. 12 forums have I run already there each year. And I need to alert you to the fact that gender equality is under threat. Many countries in the world are rolling that back. There is very well-funded campaigns against gender rights. As a woman from the 70s, many of these rights that have been achieved are being rolled back. So it's time for you to band together. It's time to reach out to those around you in organisations and other women organisations. Don't try and start stuff again. Just go and be a speaker at groups that are already there. And the tech and the algorithms are creating conscious bias against women across all sectors. And this is from the Secretary General himself. So be alert. So my passion is creating opportunities, especially for women and creatives. I have 3 monthly newsletters, they're free. You can give me your card and I will register you. The BC is for general business, because we have Australian, WA, Australian and global newsletters. The TCF is textile, clothing and footwear fashion related. That's where most of my trade missions are. I love digging up opportunities for free accommodation or VIP privileges or even airfare rebates to go to trade missions, especially throughout Asia. And then the BBW Business Incubator, of course, for women in business. So other opportunities are export. I have free export training and mentoring. Oh, if you're in Australia, it's free, but you can have the webinars if you're located anywhere else in the world. And also, if you're providing services, that's export. There is a lot of confusion of people don't think they're exporting when because they're giving counselling online. So the other thing is free cybersecurity. It is a huge risk. It is changing by the hour. The risks, you are only as safe as the weakest link in your supply chain of your business. Okay, and then my call to action is to everybody here today, is you're all inspiring role models. You must reach out and share your skills and talents with those around you to other women. lift them up, pay it forward, because that is what the world needs now, and it's really, really urgent. So I urge you to make that move, and I'll just leave you with one of my favourite sayings is, do not follow where the path may lead, go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. Thank you.
All right, my next speaker is Cherry Farrow. She is the CEO and founder of Successful Minds Institute, an internationally recognised training organisation in NLP, hypnotherapy and coaching. She is a master trainer and 2 times international best-selling author, motivational speaker, stage hypnotist and master coach. From launching a global training company in a rural South Australian town against all odds to becoming the first in the world to create a clinical diploma of hypnotherapy and NLP. Sherry has dedicated over 15 years to helping people transform and lead. Please make Sherry very welcome.
Thanks, Peace. So this is Kabawi. It's a population of 250 now. When I started, it was 200. Kabawi is 3 hours from the nearest city, surrounded by more salt water than opportunity, so I was told. When I said to my mentors that I was going to build this world-class training organisation, this institute from Kabawi, they laughed. And they actually leaned toward me and they said, very seriously, you cannot build an international training company in a city of less than 1 million people. They said that you need infrastructure, you need visibility, you need a postcode that people recognise. And on paper, they were probably right. But what I've come to understand is that logic is often just someone else's limitation dressed up as advice. So let me ask you something. How many of you have ever been told something wasn't possible for you? Anyone? Yeah. That, in fact, is extremely good. Because what that means is that you are actually standing right on the edge of something wonderful, something powerful. So I'm standing here in Paris today, not because I had the perfect location, but because I stopped letting others and my environment define my expansion. Your geography is not your destiny, your identity is. For a long time, we're going to talk about the architecture of survival. Now, for a long time, I looked successful. I had a distinguished corporate career. I was deputy CEO, senior leadership, managing major infrastructure. And if you met me back then, you would have thought, wow, she's got it together. What I realised though is that I wasn't building a life. I was actually building a very sophisticated survival strategy. Some may call that a cage. Because underneath all of the success was years of trauma. And like many high performers, I did what works until it doesn't. I achieved, I performed, I stayed busy. Because if I'd slowed down, I would have had to feel. And of course, I don't want to do that. I didn't. But here's the thing about trauma. It doesn't chase you. It waits. And eventually, or continually, it asks to be seen. When I found NLP and hypnotherapy, I didn't just learn techniques. I experienced something that I didn't even know was possible. I didn't have to manage my past any longer. I actually released it. And in that moment, everything changed. Because I realised this: I'm not responsible for what happened to me, but I am 100% responsible for what I create from it. And that's the moment that everything shifted. Not my circumstances, it was my identity. And when your identity shifts, your decisions change, your standards change, your entire trajectory changes. And that's when Kapari stopped looking like a limitation and started looking more like a frickin' launch pad. So I stayed in Kapari. I didn't make that big city move. There were no perfect conditions. It was just a decision and a mission. And I built. I created the world's first clinical diploma in this field because I didn't want people to just feel better. I wanted them to be qualified, to be credible, and to be unstoppable. And then something extraordinary happened. That ripple began. A woman in Saudi Arabia who was held back by years of conditioning around roles and limitations now runs her own practice as a self-reliance coach, empowering other women to break free from within. And she's also raising daughters who now see possibility rather than limitation. A woman in Pakistan earning well less than her male counterparts ended up starting her own travel and retreat company and took women from Pakistan to Malaysia on retreat. And then Australia, where I worked with a corporate leader who realised that she actually wasn't leading. She was competing, trying to fight through a glass ceiling that she believed was there. And she was using anger and force to drive her team. And when she released and she changed, her team changed. And when they changed, the entire corporate culture changed. And this is what a lot of people don't understand, that transformation is not personal. Transformation is exponential. It multiplies. And when a person changes, it doesn't stop with them. It moves through families. It moves through workplaces. It moves through communities. We now have students in over 10 countries, mainly the Middle East, the GCC. And it didn't happen because of location. It happened because of conviction. We didn't need to be closer to the world. We needed to be clearer in our mission. So what are we building now? A mind-fit world. Just imagine one person in every household who knows how to regulate emotion, who knows how to shift perspective, who knows how to communicate powerfully. Just one. What happens? There's less conflict, less generational trauma, there's more clarity, and so much more resilience. And this isn't just theory, it's practical. Because when you change the way a person thinks, you change the way that they live. And when enough people do that, you don't just improve lives, you change systems. So if I could give you one simple framework to take with you, it's this. Own it, use it, share it. Own your story. without letting it define you. Use what you've been through as leverage, not limitation. And then share it, because that's how the ripple begins. That's how movements are built. Now, Paris is often called La Ville Lumière, and sorry if I butchered that, but it's the city of light. Not just because of its beauty, but because it became a centre for ideas, for progress, for change. And standing here today, I can tell you this: the most powerful light in this room, it's not the one that's above you. It's the one that is within you. It's the idea that you've been sitting on, the book you haven't published, the decision that you've been delaying, the impossible thing that you've been quietly agreeing with. And here's what I know: impossible is rarely a fact. It's usually an opinion from someone who stopped too soon. You don't need permission. You don't need perfect timing. You don't need a different location. All you need is a decision. Because the moment that you decide, you don't just change your life, you give other people permission to change theirs. And that's how the world changes. One decision, one person, one ripple. So from a town of 250 now, to a stage in Paris, to wherever you choose next. So I'm going to ask you, what is the impossible thing that you are no longer available to believe? Let go of that bullshit story and go from impossible to unstoppable.
Thank you so much, Sherry. That was amazing. I'd now like to welcome our next presenter, Comfort Dondo. Comfort is a Zimbabwean-born survivor, leader, and the founder of Philanthropy, African Women Against Violence in Minnesota. Drawing on her experiences of childhood trauma, domestic violence, and homelessness, she has created a culturally grounded movement supporting African immigrant and refugee women. Through Phumulani, Comfort leads initiatives such as counselling, healing circles, and community advocacy, restoring dignity, safety, and wholeness. A 2022 Bush Fellow, she is a global advocate for culturally responsive, survivor-centred care. Today, Comfort continues her work, amplifying the voices of women who often go unheard. Please join me in welcoming Comfort.
Good morning. In my language, we say Marase. It means how was your sleep, or how did you sleep? And the response to that is Tarara kana marara, which means I only slept well if you tell me that you slept well. Born and raised in a small township outside of the capital city of Zimbabwe, Harare. This small township was meant to be temporary. It was built for railroad workers, way before I was born, pre-80s. So I did it myself there. It's still called Chijanje, and unfortunately still, there's people who live there. This is where my story begins. For many who knew that place, there was always a narrative that said nothing good comes out of there. Stories about HIV pandemic rose out of there. And according to outsiders, I always had a narrative about poverty, which for me as a child, that did not exist because we had each other. We had community connections. But I came out of that place, And I stand here today as evidence that we have the power to change narratives. Growing up, I remember hearing my mother greet our neighbors in the same way I just greeted you this morning. And in addition to that, she would always ask, "Vana varala say, how are the children?" And I would hear our neighbors from both sides. "Vana varala, kana venyu vararao." My children are only well if you tell me that your children are also well this morning. It was a daily morning routine. I believe it was these philosophies that are rooted in Ubuntu, which is an African philosophy that says, I cannot be well unless all people around me are well, that have grounded my leadership to date. It taught me that my well-being is tied to yours, that your struggle is my struggle, and that your joy is my joy. So even when we are bereaving or supporting community members who have lost loved ones, we practice a ritual called kubata mawoko, which literally means the holding of hands. We never leave those bereaving on their own. We usually spend weeks upon weeks comforting each other. And the same applies when we are celebrating. We say makuropoto, which means congratulations. And the response to that is always aiwa, delu tese, which means no, the congratulations is collectively ours. That is the foundation of my leadership. At the age of 16, I moved to the United States, but it was not an easy route. My visa was denied the first time. And as I always have done, I advocated for myself. But there were also women like Rebecca Mano, that I want to lift up this morning, who believed in me and stood with me. The very next day, I got my visa after I appealed and convinced the American embassy officials why I needed to go to the US to study. I arrived in the US with a dream, a big vision, and about $25 in my pocket. And the memory of my father laughing at my wild dream. He always asked, how are you going to pay your tuition? You think it's paid with buttons? But I did not listen to my father. I went to pursue my education through hard work, no weekends, from 16 at St. Catherine University, a very small, all-women's private university. But what I did not realize in that moment was I was carrying an invisible knapsack on my back, something I would learn later as post-traumatic stress disorder. Trauma. My life began to unravel when I became a mother at 25. I survived domestic violence, attempted homicide. I searched for help across my state. I would not find culturally specific services to understand me or my culture, or some of the nuances of being an African mother in the United States. And then something unimaginable happened after that. I lost custody to my children, to the court systems, because my partner was American, understood the system. I did not. I was still rooted in Ubuntu. So I did not come to court with evidence. For 8 years, I fought emotionally, financially, spiritually to bring them back home. And today, by grace, my children are back with me. The twins are 13, and my oldest, almost 6'2", 16 years old, and handling. It was in that rock bottom moment when everything was stripped away, and I discovered something powerful. That when you reach the rock bottom, there's no other direction but to climb back up. I made a decision to face my pain, to learn, to lean into it, to understand it. And in doing so, I realized I was not alone. There were so many women in my community carrying the same pain silently. So in 2017, I made a decision that would change everything for my community in Minnesota. I founded Pumalani, Minnesota African Women Against Violence. It's a culturally specific survivor-led organization named after my daughter, Zoe Pumalani, because I wanted to remind myself of my why and never get away from the why I started it. Right after founding it, I witnessed George Floyd in my backyard. COVID came, and the work that I founded was in the middle of being one of the solution makers for a community or communities that are historically underserved, unserved, or marginalized. Present day, the Trump administration and the ICE invasion again in my backyard is present, and my organization is also advocating for my same community that is usually undermined, invisible, and unserved. And 8 years later, I would like to share some impact with you. We have supported thousands of women and families in Minnesota to keep housing and beyond. We've provided crisis advocacy, legal support, and provided culturally specific healing spaces. We've worked alongside survivors from immigration courts to custody courts. If you check this pattern, I've simply been using my pain for purpose. Whatever I experience, I use it to inform policies. I use it to inform supporting others. And in the last year, my organization has helped shape the first office in the country of missing and murdered Black women and girls. We've advocated for gender equality policies, protected children from child trafficking and child sexual abuse in nations like the Gambia, Zambia, and of course my own home country of Zimbabwe. Our work has grown from local communities to a small dream that I had on my friend's couch when I was navigating homelessness to being a statewide impact. And this year, to platforms including the Commission on the Status of Women at the United Nations level. Our impact goes beyond the borders. My newest passion, or what I call my baby, is through partnerships like Books for Africa. Last year, we distributed 13 tons of books throughout rural Zimbabwe. And this year, we already have a funder who plans to distribute double that, so 26 tons of books. Because for me, literacy is liberation. And this is not just any other project. My projects are very intentional and always coming from my pain. Because growing up in the small township I shared about earlier, there was no library. I had to walk 6 miles one way to go and find a library. And you betcha, I outread that library until my father started taking me to the city library. So I established the Girls Initiative, an initiative I co-created with the Books for Africa staff, because many times the girl child in Africa is left behind. So the books are written by women, for women. So I hope to be sending some of our books in the next container this year. And today my mission is clear: to support and coach women on how to transmute and alchemize their pain into purpose. It is to learn how to move from surviving to thriving. So my invitation to all of you is, wherever you are, whichever communities you're part of or you're serving, do not look at pain of those communities as weakness. Look at pain or challenges as wisdom, as a teacher. Look at the communities not as problems, but they're actually experts of their own problems. Sometimes our job is simple. It is to hold hands, not to offer solutions or subscribe solutions. It is to walk with them. It is to remind them of the power within. Because I am that girl from somewhat of a Nazareth kind of township. And today, I've gone back to that very same township, not just to remember, but to restore and to rebuild. And I'll continue to do it until I'm no longer in this realm. Natenda, asante sana, thank you.
Thank you, Comfort. Our next presenter is Dawn Williams. Dawn is a counsellor, psychotherapist, and founder of the Rebuild Movement, a global initiative supporting women to rebuild after trauma, abuse, and adversity. Drawing from her lived experience as a domestic violence survivor, she integrates evidence-based therapy with faith-informed healing. She is the author of the Rebuild Woman, and creator of the Rebuild Framework, a step-by-step pathway from survival to leadership. Now delivered through programs, workshops, and community healing circles, her work has supported thousands of women to reclaim their identity, restore their voice, and step into purpose, championing the message that rebuilding is always possible. Please make her very welcome, Dawn Williams.
Good morning. Okay, thank you. Good morning, beautiful people. How are we feeling? Okay, deep breaths, deep breaths. Do you know that pain can do two things? I'm a therapist, so pain can do two things. It can either empower you or it can disempower you, right? And I guarantee most of you in this room who have been through some form of pain and it empowered you, otherwise you would not be in this room, right? And so I have some questions for you today. Have you ever experienced resentment?
Yes.
Oh, I thought everybody would go quiet and I'm thinking I'm the only one who would experience resentment. Okay, so I experienced resentment and it did something really magical. It actually reinvented me. So today I just wanted to share the story about how that happened. How resentment, I didn't even know it was inside of me until one moment. And when it was revealed, I had a choice. The pain was real, but I had a choice whether I let it empower me or disempower me. Because I'm a therapist, so I often think about the voices that shape our future. The voices on the inside and the voices on the outside. So let me just share with you a story about Melissa. Now, Melissa, this was back in January 2020. And I was walking along the beach and I heard this little voice. Hello, hello, help me, help me. And I was like looking around for this voice. Where was this voice coming on? I was walking on and I looked over to the left and there was a little wall. And on the other side of the wall was this little lady. And she was shouting, hello, hello, help me, help me. And I stood there for a moment and I observed humanity. And all I saw was people power walking, doing their thing, and people after people walking past her and ignoring this little voice saying, help me, help me. And in that moment, I had a choice. Am I going to be the person that pretends not to see it, or am I going to stop? And I chose to go over and I said, can I help you? What's wrong? What do you need? And she just looked at me in absolute amazement and said, I can't believe you stopped. She said, no, everybody's ignoring me. And I said, that's okay, just tell me what you need, let me help you. She goes on to tell me her story. So she had severe asthma. And what was happening was she couldn't sleep inside of the house. So she had to come down to the ocean in Melbourne, Australia, and sleep on the ocean so that the breeze could get into her lungs and she could breathe. And so what had happened is she'd gone away to run an errand and the council or the police had come by and taken her bed. And so she'd come back and what she slept on had gone. And she said, I need a mattress. Can you go to the shop and get me a mattress? I said, absolutely. I'll go down to the shop now. She whips out her wallet full of cash and hands me the money. And off I go to get this bed. I come back. But over a period of time, I was living not far away, so I would go walking every morning. So every morning I just grab a coffee and I would take it to Melissa because that's where she would be. I got to know Melissa and she was a really beautiful lady. She'd not always been homeless, but due to her illness, she could no longer work and then she couldn't live in any housing because she just couldn't breathe. So she found herself on the ocean. She was a events manager. So it was a real eye-opener to me that just in that stopping that I found out so much about this lady. I could have quite easily been that person to keep walking, but I stopped and I found out who she was. One morning I'd taken her coffee and she was, doing her thing, and I walked away from this one morning and I sat on a wall and I just, all of a sudden, the tears just came and I was sobbing on the side of this wall. And I was thinking, what is wrong? Sad. I was very sad, but I didn't know why I was sad. Just tears were falling down and I was like, oh my gosh, what is wrong with me? And right there and then I realized, you see, I had been a business coach, so I do I'm a psychotherapist, so I used to help businesswomen. I was a mindset coach in lots of different organizations, and I would go in and I'd be championing women. And when I met Melissa, I realized she was the type of person that I wanted to help. I had become resentful towards these businesswomen that I was working with because they didn't really have need of me. And I find Melissa, and I'm like, she needs me. This type of lady needs me. So here I am, bawling my eyes out, but the story goes deeper. In 2022, I found myself with one suitcase, 3 of my 4 children, driving out of the Sunshine Coast, leaving my family environment because we had a massive breakup. It was very traumatic. I ended up getting to Melbourne. I am a Sunshine Queensland person. I get to Melbourne, January 2020. What happened? COVID. All the borders in Melbourne was next. Victoria was next level. If you were in Melbourne, you would know what I'm talking about. And they shut the borders. So the borders were open and shut, open and shut. My children had visited their father in the state next door. They shut the border. My kids were outside. So I tried to get a permit, got a permit, went up. They refused me to get my children and sent me back and were going to arrest me if I didn't leave the border and sent me back. So I drove back to Melbourne, no family, isolation, very, very sad. And I realized I actually did not know when I was going to see my children again. And so it was 6 months, the borders shut, it was 6 months before I realized that the borders were open. So I did get my kids back, but it was a very, very, very painful. It was a very painful season, but it was the resentment that I had discovered that was in my heart as a result of Melissa. And when I was sitting on that wall, I actually prayed. I said, God, I want to work with people who need me now. I couldn't serve these women that were, mindset, very extremely successful, because they did have me, but it wasn't as much as this other lady. So sometimes pain forces us to create change, and mine was resentment, but it came to reinvented who I was. It reinvented everything about me. So I ended up writing a book about my entire story. It's called The Rebuilt Woman, we talked about it earlier. And the book is about how to rebuild your life after domestic violence, because I've had that family breakup and it was all related to domestic and family violence. And so I wrote that book, the book took off, now it's a movement helping men and women rebuild their lives after domestic violence. So out of that pain, I was empowered. I was disempowered on that wall, but I made a choice to rise up and empower my story and get it out there. And so my question to you today, everybody, is what are the voices that are shaping your future right now? Now, I want to give you something to take away. I want you to imagine 3 chairs. Everything comes in cycles. Everything in your life, your world, everything is a cycle. And I want to share the cycle. So I want you to imagine a good seat, a bad or sad seat, and a great seat. You've got 3 chairs. Which chair are you sitting in right now? Ask yourself, are you in the good chair? Do you know what the biggest enemy to good is? Comfort. So I'm good, I'm comfortable, all is well in the world, I'm happy, no worries. So you could be in this chair, or right now, you could be in the bad or sad chair, the pain chair. And you've got a choice, do I sit here, do I stay here, or do I make a break for it? Now you could transition either way. You could go to the good chair and say, okay, I just need to adjust my life and just be good. Or you can take this pain, take your trauma, where you're going to hear lots of stories about people that have taken their pain, taken their trauma, and they've empowered themselves to empower others. And where do we go? Into the great chair. So we could be sitting with all is well, I'm great, I'm leaving a legacy, I'm leading my life. I have a warning for you though. Remember I said it's a cycle. You all, I guarantee probably 98% of you in this room are probably sat in this chair, am I right? Okay, warning. Sometimes greatness, the great chair, will turn into the good chair, and this becomes comfortable. So I challenge you, if you're in the great chair and this chair turns into the good chair, what else do I need to do next to challenge myself, to empower my situation to go and help others? Thank you.
Our next presenter is Dr. Adebola. Dr. Adebola is a woman and girl child advocate, speaker and founder, director of Change Agent Network, CIC, raising awareness about female genital mutilation in barmaid country communities in the UK. Drawing on lived experience, she empowers survivors, breaks cycles of silence, and creates safe spaces for education and dialogue. Through community campaigns, advocacy, and survivor support initiatives, including digital skills and confidence building, she drives practical empowerment. An IT professional and senior business analyst with a PhD in business and management, Adebola also founded Next Generation Analysts Limited, helping individuals transition into tech careers. She is a recipient of national and presidential awards. She champions dignity, opportunity, and lasting change for women and communities. Please make her very welcome.
Thank you so much for that. This is a presentation on breaking generational cycles and female genital mutilation. I come from a family where silence was inherited and certain conversations never happened, where pain was passed down quietly from one generation to another. But I stand here today to say that I'm the first person, the first woman in my family to break that cycle and did not experience that pain. My mother is a survivor of female genital mutilation, and so are all our sisters. I have watched closely how a practice done in the name of culture and tradition can impact on a woman's identity. Not just identity, their health. Not just health, even their relationships and confidence. I'm here to say somebody, one person, my mom, broke that cycle for me. Female genital mutilation is not protection. Female genital mutilation is not culture, it's not tradition, it's harm. It is violence against women and girls. It is a violation of their fundamental human rights. It is child abuse when done to children. It is a barbaric practice. It is all shades of wrong and should never even happen in the first place. It should not be permitted in any community at all.
short time. I'm so sorry.
I know most people often say, oh, Dr. Bola, this practice, it's a thing of the past. I mean, it doesn't happen again, and, people don't do it anymore. But can I shock you that the most recent data that we've got from UNICEF and United Nations in 2024, much precisely says that more than 30 million women and girls have been mutilated in the last 8 years. This represents a 15% increase. That's just 2 years ago. So in this age of IT, AI, and all the technologies that are all over the place, we still have people mutilating women in their private areas. It should not be permitted at all. Now, through Change Agent Network, CIC, which is the organization that I established, we are raising awareness on the risk and impact of female genital mutilation. We're raising awareness in the radio. We are going into communities, we're speaking to people, we're having rallies, we're going to have conversations with people, supporting survivors, helping them come out of their shell, rebuilding their confidence, reshaping, the patterns, changing, helping people, to become better women and girls. Now, the 230 million survivors, these are not just figures and stats, these are real human beings going through, navigating the pain, the trauma, the shame, the pain that comes with this practice. And I urge you today to stand for change. Now, the truth is, change doesn't necessarily always happen in communities. It happens when powerful and strong women like you and I lend our voice to that change. I want to urge you today, in your spaces, in your countries, wherever you are, in your offices, in your organizations, you can champion this change. You can make videos on YouTube, speak about it. As we speak now, there's still women and girls being caught in certain countries of the world over this period that we've been here. It needs to stop. And you and I can make that change happen. We can speak to people, we just need to be more aware. We need to, when you become very aware of these things, then you can spot even girls and women that are in danger of this. Because now, even though it doesn't happen in the UK, we still have something called the cross-border mutilation, where people take their kids abroad, get them mutilated, and then bring them back. So we just need to be more aware and be able to support more. You can partner with organizations, creating this change and, impacting people, empowering people. You can speak about it. And yeah, I believe that after today, I just want this awareness out, and I want, more people to be aware about it. Let's educate and not mutilate. Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is Emma Shepp. Emma is an Australian entrepreneur, multi-industry founder, and advocate for modern female leadership. Emma co-founded her first venture from kitchen table balancing expansion plans with school drop-offs and late-night strategy sessions. Now she leads 4 active businesses: Slumber Collective, Milk and Honey, Suds Car Spa, and Pure Clean Solutions, employing teams, supporting families, and delivering services across diverse sectors, also while actively raising 2 young daughters and redefining what sustainable ambition can look like. Please join me in welcoming Emma Shepp.
Hello. So for those of you who I haven't met over the last couple of days, my name is Emma. I'm a multiple business owner. I'm a mum of 2, and over the past few years, I have built and scaled multiple businesses, but across completely different industries. And I did it all at the same time. And I think if I'm honest with myself on paper, it can look like a lot. But behind it all is a weight that no one really sees. And it's what I call the invisible load. And it's what I want to talk about today. Because I've learned that the heaviness doesn't come from the businesses or even the success. It comes from everything that it takes to hold it. There have been moments where I walk into a room looking like I had it all together. I'm internally running through a to-do list, a problem, the decisions and the conversations I haven't even finished having yet. And I'm sure we all have these moments where your brain feels like it has 47 different tabs open. You're replying to a message, thinking about work, remembering something that you've forgotten, and somehow still trying to be present in the actual conversation room. And I'd actually love a show of hands here. Who else feels like they're constantly juggling multiple things at once? Yeah, it's quite a lot of us. Now, if you look around, you're not alone, it's all of us. And at some crazy point, we started normalizing that feeling and we started calling it ambition and we started calling it success. But just because something looks successful doesn't mean it's sustainable. Because whether you're running businesses, leading teams, raising families, building something from nothing, we are carrying a lot. And most of that load is completely invisible. And for a long time, I thought that feeling overwhelmed meant that I was doing something wrong, that I needed to be more organised, more structured, more together. But what I've realised is this: load isn't actually the problem. It's actually the evidence. It's the evidence that you're somebody who can hold a lot, you're someone who people rely on, somebody who builds, and somebody who shows up. There are days and I'm making high-level business decisions, and in the same hour I'm switching into mum mode, team mode, problem-solving mode, and that's not because I have to, but that's because that's the life that I've built. And really recently, I had my foot in the door at like a really important meeting. I was in CEO mode, and my phone had lit up, and it was the school's number. And I hesitated for a second, because that's not where my head was. And I switched modes, and I answered, and it was something so simple. In the chaos of the morning, I forgot to place the tuck shop order. And it was nothing. But in that moment, it wasn't small. I was completely thrown. Because in that moment, I wasn't in the meeting anymore. I wasn't a founder, I wasn't a CEO. I was a mum who in that moment felt like she let her child down. And I could feel both of those roles pulling at me at the same time. I could immediately picture her standing there, waiting with everyone else for the talk shop, and it never came. And I knew how that felt to her. And I remember thinking, how am I supposed to hold all these things at once? I'm trying to be a mum, I'm trying to be a leader, I'm trying to run businesses. And that's the invisible load. It's not necessarily the task, it's the way of carrying all the tasks all at once. And instead of asking, why is this so hard? I started asking, what does this say about me? That I can carry all of these roles? Absolutely. But here's the shift that changed everything for me. I stopped trying to become somebody who had it all balanced, and I started becoming someone who could hold it all without losing herself in the process. Now let me tell you, I don't do this perfectly. I absolutely don't do it gracefully. Like, I'm a hot mess 80% of the time. But I do it powerfully. And that looks like letting go of the idea that you have to do everything yourself. Because building businesses and lives that actually support you and not consume you, and understanding that your capacity is your strength, not your burden. Because all the women in this room, we're not overwhelmed because we're weak. We're overwhelmed because we're capable, and nobody ever taught us how to hold that properly. So I just want you to pause here. I want you to actually take a second, not quickly, not surface level, but think about everything that you're currently holding. Your roles, your responsibilities, your expectations. Now, instead of seeing that as pressure, ask yourself, what does that say about the woman that I've become? Because that list, that's not your list of all your stresses and all your burdens. I want you to look at that list as your capability list. Now, what do we actually do with those things? I want you to leave here with 3 things. First, I want you to audit what you're holding. Write it down, look at it properly, because not everything is yours to carry. Some of it you've outgrown, and some of it was never really meant to be yours to begin with. Secondly, start building support early. Not when you're already at breaking point, and that doesn't necessarily mean hire more people. Sometimes it just means asking for help sooner, or letting go of things you were never meant to have. Because support isn't a luxury, it's a strategy we need in our businesses. And thirdly, let's start redefining what success looks like. Because if your version of success requires you to constantly feel overwhelmed, stretched, and exhausted, it might be time to redesign it. Because real success is building a life where you actually breathe inside it. And I'll leave you with this, because that moment, standing there, trying to hold everything, is one that we all experience more than we realise. And the goal, it was never to do less. The goal was never to become somebody who couldn't handle a lot. The goal is to become someone who can hold a lot differently. Because it's not about forgetting the touch of water, it's about not losing yourself or trying to hold everything else together at the same time. With support, with structure, and with self-awareness. So the next time you are feeling that weight of everything you're carrying, I don't want you to shrink into it, I want you to recognise it. Because the weight is not proof that you're failing, it's proof that you're somebody who is built for more. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Huey Lek. Huey Lek, known as the voice of courage for introverts, is a quiet rebel from Singapore who turned "You're too introverted to succeed" into a global revolution. Founder of Inner World Training and Impact University, she's mentored 400 plus coaches in 30 countries to build movements, lead communities, and sell authentically. Her frameworks, Transperience, PACE Client Success System, and Raving Fan Engine are reshaping how coaching defines introverted leadership. Huey believes courage isn't about being fearless, but showing up heart first, even when your voice shakes. Please join me in making her very welcome.
February 2021, I was in a Zoom room with a six-figure coach. And prior to that meeting with that six-figure coach, I had lost my retail business that I had painstakingly built for 11 years. COVID destroyed my business. And was in that Zoom room with a six-figure coach, I wanted to share with her that I had a dream for 14 years to become a speaker, a trainer, and a coach. And she looked at me sternly in the eyes and she said, Hui, you're so shy and introverted, you can't speak well, and you don't even have a social media following. Who are you to coach others? How many of you have ever had someone in your life discourage you from pursuing your dream? Show of hands, please. Thank you very much. See, 4.5 years later, because of exactly what she said, and remember what you said as well, right? The momentum to want to prove someone wrong. 4.5 years later, I built a coaching business that spans over 30 countries with 500 clients, and we generated multi-million dollars in our coaching business. And I became the top affiliate for Tony Robbins and Dean Radcliffe consecutively for 3 years, beating names like Lewis Howes, Jim Quick, and Brent Bouchard. And I'm not saying this because I want to brag, but because I believe that every single woman here has a gift and experience and expertise that you can share with others. And today, in this presentation, I'd like to be able to share with you guys how to build your coaching business or any mentorship business to 7 figures. Anyone who would be interested in this topic? Yes. Awesome. Thank you very much. And so let me just change the slide. And so I'd like you to hear this, because in the last 2 years, how many of you have been using AI actively in your business? Yes? Awesome, very nice. Okay. The coaching business is now worth $6 billion and is projected to double in the next 6 years. And what does that mean? It means that there's massive opportunity for every single one of us here. Whether you want to be a coach, whether you want to be a mentor, whether you want to start a business, turning your expertise into a business. And the fact is that when this business grows, right, there are more and more people who are turning away from traditional education and turning towards experts who have real world experience, who can truly take what they know and give people real advice and transformation that you can't find in a traditional classroom. And so when it comes to a business like this, when it comes to AI, one of the things that I realize is AI has completely changed the game. How many of you use AI on a daily basis right now? Yes, awesome, very nice. And what I realized is AI, not only has it completely changed the game for all businesses, in the next 2 years, it's going to be taking over our sales and operations. It's going to be taking over marketing. You can build programs so fast right now in minutes and not months, and you can build content on social media very, very quickly as well. And in the next 2 years, I foresee that more and more AI employees, how many of you are already adopting AI employees or heard of people who are adopting AI employees? That in the next 2 years, AI employees are going to take over entire departments and companies as well. And you can even create a business just solo. So, and recently, in this month, we have seen the first $2 billion company built by 2 people. And how many of you have seen the news about this? Yeah, awesome. Right, and so, you know what I discovered? I discovered that in this industry, many people stop at just speaking. Show of hands, if you can let me know, how many of you are speakers, authors, coach, mentor? Very nice. How many of you would love to be able to impact a lot of people in your business? Awesome, right? How many of you would love to be able to make a lot of money while doing what you love, right? I always believe that when you do this, you got to make a lot of money as well, right? Rewarding yourself and rewarding the people around you. Because when a woman truly embraces your vision, not only will it impact and change your own life, you change the life of the people around you. How many of you would agree with that? Yes. super important, right? And so if you understand that, then the thing is, if you really want to be able to impact a lot of people, then you're going to understand that your business entire behind your book. It's the engine behind your speaking, and it's the foundation that turns your mission into impact and income. And if you want to be able to build a legacy as well, how many of you would love to build a legacy? Awesome. I believe that this is one of the most fulfilling ways to do so. So how many of you have spent a lot of time in masterminds as well? How many of you have invested in masterminds and coaching programs? So I've invested over $600,000 in the last 3 years in exclusive masterminds, and I've spoken to 7-figure, 8-figure, 9-figure entrepreneurs. And what I realized is, what I discovered is one of the fastest paths to building a 7-figure coaching business. And how many of you are ready to take some notes here? I'd like to share with you the 3 paths to building a really fast 7-figure coaching business. So the fastest path to becoming well-known in the industry is doing this, is to be able to create a signature talk and speak on stages, just like many of you doing this in this event. The second thing is, if you want to be able to build authority, how many of you would love to build authority in a space? Yep. Then you'll be creating a signature event. The third one is, how many of you would love to know the fastest path to profits? Yes, right? It would be to create high-ticket offers, anything ranging from $5,000 so it can be $30,000, $50,000. Okay, so in the last 4.5 years, I've created 2 signature events. One is called the Cultivation Challenge. The other one is called the Introvert Advantage Challenge. And in the last 4 years, doing these 2 signature events, over 6,000 people have attended my events. We've got thousands of rating reviews and generated millions of dollars from just 2 of these events alone. Okay, I've spoken on virtual stages and virtual stages to over 800,000 people, alongside people like Tony Robbins, Nick Razulzi, Fred Shelton, Robert Kiyosaki, Brian Tracy. That is one of the ways to build authority. I have created high-ticket offers ranging from $5,000, $30,000 to $100,000 in the last 1.5 years. And so when you do all 3 of this, what you're going to become is what I call a micro authority. Please write down this: micro authority. And when you become a micro authority, you become known in your space. You become the person that people say advice to. You become the person that people seek you out and value your opinion. And you become the go-to expert in your niche. And when you do all of this, right, that's when you truly become known for this one thing, become a specialist in your field. And so today, I'm really happy to be here to be sharing this with all of you, because I believe that once you learn how to create a 7-figure coaching business, not only will you be able to impact your own life, you will be able to impact the lives of many people as well. How many of you believe that you've got a calling, a mission in your life? Yes? Awesome. I'm writing a book called Introvert Millionaire. It is a book that documents my journey from 0 to 7 figures in the last 1.5 years. And it's to help quiet readers to be able to take expertise and turn that into an online coaching business or a mentorship business. And so what I would like to be able to share with you guys is over here. This is a QR code, right? If you like to be able to turn your expertise into a purposeful driven AA, I'd like to invite you to just scan this QR code. I'd like to be able to give you guys this free gift today, okay, so that you can turn your purpose and your mission into a profitable business that drives your books, your speaking, and your mission, so that together, all of us can do more good in the world. My name is Hui. My mission is to help 100,000 experts turn their business, turn their expertise into businesses so that together we can do a lot of good in the world. It's my honor to be here with all of you guys, to be in this room, speaking with so many of you watching the world. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you.
Our next speaker is Justine Martin. Justine is the founder of Justine Martin Corporation. She's a woman, mother of two, grandmother of 7, entrepreneur, author, illustrator, publisher, coach, mentor, who has a corporation because traditional employment did not suit her disabilities. She lives with MS and injury and has survived 3 primary cancers, 3 heart surgeries, and domestic violence. Faces intentionally, her work challenging the quiet assumption that adversity. Please join me in making Justine very welcome. What if you listen to someone that doesn't? So I'm going to go back a few years, 15 to be precise. I couldn't count anymore. My short-term memory was gone. I'm like Dory. 3 seconds, it's gone. So if I've met you today and you told me your name, chances are I'm not going to remember it. So I think we've all got one of those. So I was in my dream job, my dream relationship, myself. Everything was going really, really well. Really, really well. Anyone ever had that happen? I think everything's really good. Then in the blink of an eyelid, my world shattered. I sat across from a doctor who said to me after 6 months of telling me that my brain damage was from my migraines, that I had multiple sclerosis. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, my mother passed away from complications from MS when I was 26 years of age. I'd lived with that disease since I was 9. I knew what I was in for. But I made a conscious choice that her journey was not my journey, just because we had the same disease. So then step forward a month. And I was really struggling in my job, really struggling. I couldn't work out how to get change. I can't use money properly. Now, when I went to high school, I don't know about you guys, but when I went to high school, my high school teacher, maths teacher, said to me, you've got to know your times tables, you've got to know how to add up because you're never going to have a calculator in your pocket. Who here has a mobile phone? How wrong were they? My primary school teachers also said on my school report, Justine talks too much. Justine speaks too much. I got E's and F's for English, for spelling. How damaging was that as a child to see that? Now, if my school teachers could see me now, that I actually get paid a lot of money to talk. Right? I turned that bad thing into a good thing. So, 1 month forward from being diagnosed with MS, and I sat across from the doctor, and he said to me, Justine, you can't work anymore. I was devastated. I'd lost my purpose in life because I thought my purpose in life was to make money, look after my kids and pay taxes. That's what I thought my purpose was. Anyone else ever thought of that? Then he said to me, you better find a hobby, you're going to have a lot of time on your hands.
I went, oh, okay. I went home, I sat, I thought about it. Now, I had crippling anxiety. I'd gone from here down to here and I couldn't get any further down. I thought of suicide. Everything was going through my mind. Now, my dream partner, I wasn't allowed to mention having MS anywhere near him. Because if we didn't mention it, it didn't exist. That was okay for him, but it wasn't okay for me. So what was I going to do for the rest of my life? How was I going to fill my days? I had so much time on my hands. That's when I thought, oh, I'll go and learn how to paint. Because I'd always wanted to learn how to paint. And I thought I'd do it when I retired. Now I have all this time. So, off to art class I drove. And I sat outside. And fear, this crippling fear, stood in front of me. What if I walk through the door? What's everyone going to think of me? I'm no longer a whole person. I'm disabled. So I drive home crying. And I'll be so disappointed in myself. Because I couldn't walk through that door. Next week, I drive there again. And I sit outside. This happened for nearly 4 months. Me driving there, driving home crying. Then one day, I got angry at myself. I thought, what's the worst thing that could happen by me walking through the door? And I did. I walked through the door. Now, I was a Weight Watchers leader in my previous life, and one of my Weight Watchers clients was actually the teacher. So it's not like I didn't know someone that was going to be in that room. So I started to paint, and I loved it. You know what she turned around and said to me? Anyone want to make a guess? Don't rush me. She turned around and said to me, you're a natural, you don't need to be here. I had just spent 4 months working up in my head. People are going to judge me, I'm not a whole person, yada, yada, yada. And here I was a natural. So 6 months later, I entered my first art exhibition and I sold that piece. Now, when I stopped work, all my income stopped. I had 0 income. And I was under financial coercive control, form of domestic violence, by my fiancé. So what I did then was, well, he left me, telling me having MS would affect his goals and dreams in life. But selling that piece of artwork for $300 was a defining moment in my life. That one moment changed everything. I am now an illustrator of children's books. I've won over 40 awards for my art. It created a little snowball, which is now an avalanche. Yes, I've had 3 heart surgeries, I've had 3 primary cancers, stage 4, and from that came my next business, Resilience Mindset. I wrote and illustrated a children's book about equality and inclusion called Same Same for Different. And the publishers that I submitted it off to turned around and said they don't even copyright my artwork, and that wasn't going to be an option for me. So I started my own publishing business. There's opportunities absolutely everywhere, and it fits around my disabilities now. And I have all these strategies in place to help me with my mind. So when people look at me, do you see a disabled person? But I am. And sometimes when I'm out and about in the community, I wear the sunflower disability name, just so other people can then know that there is something that's not quite right here. Okay, so I'm just going to end on Moxie. So when I get off stages around the world, everyone wanted to know my backstory. And I wrote a book, another book. I've actually written 17 books. Contributed to 17, 18 books since 2001. If only my English teachers could see me now. She can't spell. I don't need to spell. There's AI. Grammarly, you name it. I wrote this book. Took me 6 years. Didn't matter that it took me 6 years. All right, that's irrelevant because I finished it. And it's called Moxie. The Moxie normally means grit, determination, courage, passion, and resilience. And I've been known as the Queen of Resilience for a very long time. But there's more to me than just being resilient. So I've come up with my own little acronym, which is M is mindset. You've got to have a good mindset. And if you haven't, go and get some counselling, go and find a coach and get in a positive mindset. Not every day's a good day for me, I can assure you. My feet are on fire now, but my shoes look great. Owning your story. I own my story. Faults, the warts, all of it. It is in here. It's my story. Your story is your story. Your story is your story. Own it. Be proud of it. You know, I'm proud that I'm 55 years of age because it could have all gone pear-shaped in that blink of an eye. Execution. I follow Mel Robbins' 5-second rule. Action things in 5 seconds. Right? And for me, that's writing it down, listening my phone in the middle of the night. Anyone ever wake up and have this great idea and then by morning it's gone? Yeah, we've all got Siri. Hey Siri, make a note. I don't even turn the light on, but it's in my phone. Inner strength. We've all got it. We've all got that inner strength. When you struggle, reach out. Because you can't build resilience or moxie by yourself. You need a tribe. And what a tribe we have here today. Energy. Self-care. Self-care is the number one thing that I take care of every single day. Because otherwise I can't run everything and do everything with it. So every what if I said yes to. And I still do. Hence why I ended up with so many businesses. There's another two sitting on the sideline that are just waiting for me to get to one day. And you can choose your what if. You can all choose it. I just want to publicly thank Dr. Tara Wright. She wrote the foreword of this book. And you told me in Ireland a couple of things. Every time we sat down, I was on either side. And Auntie said to me, because I thought, oh, this is a coincidence. And by the end of the week, he said to me, Justine, there's no such thing as coincidence. And I now live by that. And you also said to me, we're going to do big things. And we are. And the percentage of the sale of Moxie is going back to Dr. Tara Wright's foundation to do big things. There's a lot more to me. It's 170,000 words in that book. If you want to contact me, feel free. If you want to just have a chat, a Zoom chat, because it's really hard to get around to everyone here today, there's a contact and we can have a virtual cup. I'll drink water, you know, tea or coffee, or I might do champagne, Katie. Anyway, thank you very much for your time today.
Okay, our next presenter is Camilla. Camilla is a women's business mentor, social innovator, and animal lover. She considers freedom, both financial and internal, to be her highest value, empowering women to become entrepreneurs and live on their own terms. She serves on the board of trustees of the Eco News Foundation, promoting sustainability awareness. Camilla co-founded the top brokerage firm, founded the Red Line Expedition supporting wildlife conservation, authored Wandering for Animals, hosts a leading her small development podcast, and runs a publishing company focused on women's issues. Please make Camilla very welcome.
Hello, everybody. Last year in London, I was second in a coach category. 2 months after, I decided to get a license to organize the Women Changing the World Award in Czech and Slovak Republic. In September, with my friend Lenka, we started to work on it. And in February, we had our final day, and the success was beyond all the expectation. And this is what I want to share today, because I really believe that the real transformation and the real opportunity comes when we put together the local and the global. No, yes. Sorry. Yes. Now, what's specific for us is that we build it on post-communist background. That means that being average and invisible was part of our safety, let's say. This is how we survived for many years. And it's still part of our culture. This is the way how we act. So stand up, speak, be visible, go to the media. It's something that is very, very difficult for us, and especially for women. Czech and Slovak women, we have a second biggest pay gap in Europe. Many men still believe that women belong to the kitchen and bed. And this is the background that we are working on. And we had to normalize visibility as a first step. When we started, we had to deal with a couple of problems. The first was the self-nomination. This is something that's normal for women from United States, from Australia, from UK, but not from Eastern Europe. When we started, we felt big rejection from the women. There were only about 3-4% of the women who thought that they will do self-nominate. At the end, we end up, after 2 months of intense work, that 80% of women went through self-nomination. So that was really a huge success for us. Also, because the pay gap and the history is the way how it is, the women are still very poor. Most of the women are the low middle class. We have a pretty big social system which actually keeps the women poor. Maternity leave is 4 years. That means that most of the women stay at home 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 years with the kid. They have very little money, so it keeps them at home, but it keeps them also poor. And of course, training is running away. So we built up 3 key pillars. The first one was normalizing visibility. The second one, we activate really big network because we spend 0 money on marketing to get the Women Changing the World Award on the market. We put together 15 females organizations like Women in Energetic, Women in Media, certain types of NGOs, and we put together to achieve one goal. I think that the magic of these type of efforts is that you don't compete with anyone. So you can put the goal all the organization, and you can connect the women, females organization which would normally compete each other. And the last one was financing. And I really believe if someone from you is considering to become a licensed partner, you will have to use the same way we did. Because in our country, women are not able and they are not used to pay for speaker support, some type of fees. VIP experiences. Actually, many women from our country, they see it as that you are not successful enough to pay for it. So, what it meant, we have to find the sponsors. We put together universities, media, and big companies. So we really built a huge platform, and I really think that this is the way for most of the countries, because many countries have not, the females, they don't have the resources to pay the spot, to pay the speakers places, and you have to find different way how you can build the events sustainable. How you can see, speaking in English is not easy for me. Finally, we had an amazing day. We built up 2 different concepts, 2 different events. The first one was afternoon celebration. We had more than 450 guests there. And we had only tickets for 30 euros. So the concept was hiring the theater and had a full room of families, communities, organizations celebrating the women. We also introduced all the winners. So the women were leaving with all the stories, and they were overwhelmed by what the women achieved, what everything they can do in so many different ways. So after the afternoon celebration, we had a gala night and more than 130 guests. You can see that we had the most VIP experience, the most expensive venue that you can imagine in our country. It's the beautiful history. So it was a black tie, really big, and in that first year, we became one of the best conferences, or I don't know how to say the right word, the best occasion in Czech Republic. Yeah, because we did it really in extremely high quality. And we had, how I said already, 80% of self-nominations, and we had a media reach 100 plus. Right now, we are somewhere on 160 media. We got our women to the biggest Czech and Slovak television, commercial and public. We got them in a Forbes. We got them in a Medical Tribune. We got them in a sports magazine. This is from the venue, so you can see how beautiful it was. We had them in a Czech and Slovak Leaders magazine. So it was a really new experience for most of the women. The magic is really in connection of the global and the local, because with the local you can really get the impact, because you know the organization, you know the women, you know media, you know CEOs of the big companies. So you can really target very well. With the global, you get the VIP international platform, which is so interesting for the local media. So the local reach is, I think, much, much, much stronger and bigger than global can do from in one day. Yeah. So I would like to really encourage and motivate some of you, in case you are interested, because what we achieved during 4 months was bigger and stronger, not just the media, but the mindset shift that women did. It was stronger and bigger than many organizations were able to make during 10 or 15 years when they were working in their organizations. So it was really strong. What we also did was that I did a special prize to men. We call it Men Who Change the World. The reason is that I believe that we cannot achieve real transformation and change without men. We cannot keep close as a group. We really have to open and open. Because so many problems like violence, sexual abuse, and many others. They are not women's problems, they are men problems. And we have to address the men, and we have to take them together so they can help us solve these problems. And we got 2 prizes. One of them was for men who was sexually abused as a kid. Now here are the organization who really try to go public with this and address that problem is the right way. And the second one who got the prize was a gynecologist, because he really cooperated and listened to midwives, which is very rare in our countries. Yeah. So we got pretty big attention with these 2 special prizes. I really hope that they will spread around the world and that we will build a bigger network with many other countries who will be involved and will do the local events where they can achieve what we achieved and much more. Thank you very much.
Incredible. So thank you so much, Camilla. It is absolutely incredible what she has achieved in such a short time in her community. That really is cultural change, women showing up, women becoming more visible, women being recognised for their work. And that wasn't happening before, and she had a lot of barriers to overcome to help make that possible. So we do have opportunities for licensees. So I just thought I'd take you through that. If it's something that you're interested in bringing to your country, we would love you to get in touch with us. So we are looking for people who have the right skills and experience to be able to run something like this. So if you have experience in hosting in-person events, that's really important. If you've got marketing, PR and social media experience, an existing network or community of women in your region, you do need a bit of a starting point so that you can get this happening in your community. You need to have experience in managing budgets. Being on an event such as the one she was talking about takes a lot of experience in putting all of that together. And then, of course, you need passion, enthusiasm, and a strong commitment to women's empowerment and equality. So what are the benefits? Camilla's talked about some of those benefits, but really it's an opportunity for you also to raise your profile as part of a global organisation. It's an opportunity to connect with more of the women in your region. It really does help to position you as an expert in your field as well. It's creating a whole host of new opportunities for women in your region. And you're changing the world by giving women a platform. And you heard Camilla speak about it. She actually changed the way that women were showing up and putting themselves forward and allowing themselves to become more visible. That's really powerful. So what you get, we provide support, the use of the Women Changing the World logos and branding, the systems, templates and resources that we use, and a proven and tested method that works. You also, of course, get connection to a global community of women. So if this is something you're interested in, please scan this QR code and apply. We would love to have some more countries on board for 2027. We currently have Czech and Slovakia with Camilla, but we also have Dr. Nazello Malilo in South Africa, who hosted the very first South African Women Changing the World Awards in March of this year as well. So yes, please get in touch if this is something that you're interested in. And now I'd like to quickly introduce Lucy, who just wanted to say a few words.
Hi everyone, how are you? This was not planned. So I don't have to my phone. My name is Lucy, I'm 27 and I'm from Northern Ireland, and this is actually my 4th time at the Women Changing the World Awards, twice in London, once in New York, and now in Paris, which feels very fitting for us all. I'm an author, a multi-business owner, and a strategist. I run events, and our current record is selling 121 tickets in 1 minute. We create experiences for people between 50 people to 800 people, and so far we've never not sold out an event. So maybe we should bring Women Changing the World to Northern Ireland. Thank you. I also work as a content producer for Gary Vaynerchuk, also known as Gary Lee. Some of you may know him. I'm on his team. And over the past 6 months, life has been quite large. I've edited content for Jim Quick. I've been invited to Germany for a private dinner with Stephen Bartlett. Had a portrait of myself unveiled by His Royal Highness King Charles, and even sat down with Prince William to talk about all things social media and influence marketing. I've advised brands like Estee Lauder, Coca-Cola, Red Bull, Disney, Bentley, and many more. And I also have raging OCD and never switch off, as my partner Mark can vouch. But anyway, that's my name dropping over. There is a reason for all of this. For a long time, I have hid behind the work. I have let the results speak because it felt so much easier than putting myself forward. It was a lot easier than owning the space that I was stepping into. I don't really talk, I just do, but I'm aware that I should probably start sharing more. So I'm not standing here as a list of achievements. I'm standing here as someone who is still learning to take up space the same way I encourage other people to do. And maybe that's the real reason I'm in this room. And if you look around this room, really look, you'll see more than a room full of women. You'll see resilience, reinvention, courage, women that refuse to stay quiet. Different paths, different backgrounds, and different stories, yet we're all still here for the same reason. And that matters. Because rooms like this don't just happen, they're built, and it takes a lot of work. So I want us all to give a round of applause to the ladies that made this happen. It would have been far safer for a lot of us to stay silent. You know? It feels more comfortable, especially for me. I don't want to talk about what I do, I just want to do it. But I think in order to pave the way forward for the women that come behind us, it's important that we do speak. And your story isn't small, it's a tiny thread in something much, much bigger. Because when one woman shares her story, as I said, she gives permission for someone else to. And that's how change happens. Not in grand, distant moments, but in these exchanges, these rooms, these connections. What we feel here today, this energy, it can't just stay here. So I empower you to share it. It has to travel. I want you to find someone that you may not know, and I want you to share their story with your own audience. I want you to post about this event a hell of a lot. You know, so much work has went into organizing this. Many of you have flown from all over the world. So shout about the fact that you're here on every platform you can. Because being in this room is not the finish line, it's the start. Thank you so much.
A very inspiring morning. So it is now time for morning tea break. Please be back by Peggy's 11:20, like everyone back. Please be back by 11:20, but go, stretch your legs, network, thank you friends, have a cup of tea, and then we'll be back. Thank you everyone. We're so excited to get our next session started. Sorry, Alex. Just getting a tech organized. While we're organising our tech, I will introduce the panelists for our VIP panel today. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Danielle Kamer. Danielle is a multi-award-winning medical writer, creative director, and author with a background in neuroscience and a career spanning global pharmaceutical and healthcare industries. After completing her PhD and working in medical research and advertising, she has built a successful business, crafting high-impact medical and health communications for leading global brands. Alongside this, Danielle is also an internationally recognised children's author, with her debut book, Sophie Won't Sleep, receiving multiple global awards and capturing hearts around the world. Her story is one of resilience and reinvention, transforming personal challenges into purpose, creativity and impact, while balancing career, motherhood and entrepreneurship. Please join me in making her very welcome. Our next panellist is Sally Grice. Sally is an Australian entrepreneur and founder with a global career spanning product development, manufacturing, and innovation. After an early career as a world champion athlete and performer, she transitioned into business, building and scaling international ventures across supply chains and consumer products, with deep experience working between Australia and China. She's the founder of Lacevo, a brand born from her own experience as a mother, focused on rethinking products for women through practical, user-led innovation. Sally's journey is incredible and globally bringing together creativity, commercial insight, and lived experience. Please join me in making Sally very welcome. Our next panellist is Krista Rivera, also known as PK Krista. Krista is a global leader, author, and wellness coach who is redefining what it means to succeed without borders. By day, she's a trusted advisor at Salesforce, driving innovation and transformation across ASEAN, delivering exceptional growth and building cross-cultural partnerships. By night, she is a powerful voice in women's empowerment, founder of the Irresistible Yes program, and sphere of wellness, creating spaces where women can reconnect, heal, and rise. Born in the Philippines and now based in Singapore, Krista's journey is one of resilience, from navigating personal hardship and a recent pre-cancer diagnosis to building a global platform that blends leadership, wellness, and authentic self-expression. Through her books, coaching, and community, she champions women to live boldly, say yes to themselves, and glow from the inside out. Please join me in welcoming Krista. And our next panelist is Jenny Walk. Jenny is a proud Bunjalung woman and the founder of Elephant in the Room Consulting, an Indigenous-owned consultancy driving systemic change across business, government, and community. With over 25 years' experience spanning leadership, global events, and major strategic initiatives, including the Commonwealth Games and APEC, Jenny has built a career grounded in purpose, impact, and cultural connection. Through her work, she is redefining how organisations lead, embedding cultural intelligence, inclusion, and Indigenous knowledge into the heart of strategy, governance, and supply chains. Her approach is not just about awareness, but about measurable, lasting change. Recognised globally for her work, Jenny is at the forefront of a movement proving that when culture leads, business transforms and communities thrive. Please join me in welcoming Jenny. So I've got some questions here for each of you. Start with you, Krista. So you bridge corporate leadership and wellness. What does true success look like when we consider both performance and well-being together?
Right. So I always start with saying that what happens within actually projects right, to the world. And me coming here, actually, like I run a $6 million business for my professional services badge in Salesforce. And I tell my boss that the reason why I come here and meet people and meet women who are empowered in their own rights is because I fuel myself through this initiative, and I can only perform my best if I'm empowered from the inside out, right? And I feel that my performance, I can only contribute back and give back to my company, who is the investor of my dreams, if I could empower other women as well to live their own dreams. Thank you.
So, Sally, you build businesses across global supply chains. What responsibility do entrepreneurs have in shaping a more ethical and sustainable global economy?
I think understanding your supply chain, like the biggest problem that I see is nobody actually really knows what it is. That's down to, like, people really underestimate what goes into building a product and how many components and how many factories that involves. For instance, with our breast pump, we have over 19 different factories for different components that might go into it. So that is really important, and ethically, every component of regulation being regulated, unfortunately, what I see in my space, and what's really unusual in Australia is that for breast pumps, for instance, like standards are not ethical, and it's very big pain in I just don't understand how in Australia for breast pumps, in my industry, there's no regulation. It's a health, it's a home device, and that as a company, in every way, shape, and form, I want to make products that help and are ethical for the end user. So it goes from right at the beginning to the end user.
So, Dr. Danielle, your work spans science, storytelling, and creativity. How do you see the role of storytelling in shaping a better and more empathetic world?
I feel like we all have a story to tell, and we all have different paths that we take in life. Me having both a creative and a scientific background, it actually started when I was in high school. I was always really good at painting. I would win art awards, but I was always so passionate about science. Terrible at maths, and people used to always assume that science and maths go together, like that you can't do something arty and something scientific. But I've proven that we can go together. So when I made the choice to go to uni, I wasn't choosing degrees that were going to get me to a particular career. I just went with my passion. There was a degree I could do, a double degree, which was creative arts and medical science. Makes no sense, but it did make sense because I would have anatomy classes on Monday, the same day as I would have a painting class. And so they both people that I would be with, like my uni colleagues, would go, "Oh wow, we're doing painting the same day you're doing anatomy. That's really cool because it actually kind of goes together historically." And so from that, I just kept going with what my passion was, and then everything kind of fell into place because I ended up with a career in healthcare advertising, where you need to be creative and you need to have a medical background. So I just kind of pursued that area. So I guess in terms of the story, everyone has a different story. It's more unique and it doesn't have to follow this strict path. And I think when you've got that, you can share and empower others to make sure that whatever they're doing is what they actually want to do. Beautiful.
Now, Jenny, you speak about embedding cultural intelligence into business. What would the world look like if organisations truly led with Indigenous language systems?
Great question. I think the first thing to understand is that the concept of Indigenous knowledge systems
is often misunderstood, is that we look at it in a kind of isolated space, where we think firstly in Australia we only think of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, but actually First Nations knowledge is a global piece, and Indigenous knowledge system is actually a global concept. Every individual civilization, every group of people who began on their continent or the land has a way of working with them. Our Indigenous knowledge systems, I think, in Australia, at least around the continent, have driven the existence of ancient beings, like we have goannas and crocodiles and snakes, which are fundamentally prehistoric animals. Yet we still have them in a modern time. We've gone through ice ages and they still exist. So that knowledge system and understanding of how to connect with country, how to use the environment around you, how to actually truly work with community, and that community led to similar point with Ubuntu earlier today, that we are because of our country, we are because of our culture. Bringing that into a corporate environment or into a commercial environment recognises the collective power that we all bring into the room and our lived experience and the impact it has on how we see the world, how we govern, and how we live. It will fundamentally remove the need to have a DEI policy, because DEI is embedded into the idea of community knowledge systems and indigenous knowledge systems. So I think from a global perspective, we saw that started to embed and understand and really connect with ancient knowledge and say, how does that inform how we do things better now, more sustainably, more ethically? The conversation of breast cancer will change because we recognise it's a fundamental, something fundamental that we need as a society. So let's do that in a way that's appropriate and responsive and respects the needs of women and children. So I think it would change our decision structures, it would change the way we lead, and it would result in better productivity and better profit fundamentally. So Krista, your work is about helping women glow without borders. What does a borderless world of opportunity for women actually look like in practice?
Okay, so I come from a really small home family in the Philippines. So I write about this in my book. And I just really connect my story because my grandma was a seamstress, right? And I saw her make beautiful clothes from a piece of meat. And I think I connect my story to that. Like when people see me, they always compliment me about the way I dress, the way I show up. And I think when I work with the ladies that I work with in the Philippines or in Singapore or even in Australia and the US, their main thing, the why, is really all about how do I tell people that I have changed, right? And people don't really see this until they see it with their own eyes, right? And it's all about the physical, right? You can have a mindset shift, you can have an emotional shift, but people don't really believe that until they see it. So when I empower the ladies to glow up with their wardrobe or their hair change, and it lights up their eyes, I think that really brings so much joy in my heart because that means that I connect the legacy of my grandma to me, right? Like showing up in my power, in my beauty, because I bring that legacy with me to bring that joy with the women that I serve, right? If they feel beautiful, they feel powerful. And in the boardroom, I sit with men and tech, right? Like, I'm the only person who wears pink. Everyone wears, right? And I'm so proud of that because I bring that beauty innately in the boardroom as well. Okay.
So Sally, as someone who has reinvented yourself multiple times, how has your definition of success evolved?
I guess the biggest thing that I've learned is that you truly can do anything that you want to. From being a world champion wakeboarder and some woman to making breast pumps, like who would have thought? So I guess my success is continue, like my level of success or what my idea of it is constantly changed. And especially with becoming a mother, becoming a mother into the mix is constantly changed. But I think the biggest thing right now for me, success is making a change to a woman's life every day. And I had the privilege to do that. Even last weekend, I had this mum come up to her at the expo in Melbourne. I had this mum come up to me in tears, just absolutely erect. And I was like, oh my God, what's happened? Are you okay? She's like, it's just an honor to meet you. You changed my journey. I was in the pit of postpartum, trying to breastfeed my baby. And your product, it literally changed my life. Like this is my third baby, and you literally just changed my life. Your kind words, your product, everything just, and I was in tears, everything in tears, and that to me was a moment like of success, that making a change in women's lives. And I'm so passionate about continuing to do that in the women's health.
So Danielle, you've also been through significant personal reinvention. Your career seems to be evolving and changing all the time. How has that reshaped your definition of success, both professionally and personally?
Yes, things have definitely changed over the years. So I would say that's kind of my definition of success is kind of living your dreams and goals, no matter how big or small. So I think over the years, like my dreams have changed, from, when I was younger, when you're a child, you might be, oh, I want to get married and have a baby or whatever it is, like they're all your own dreams and they all change and evolve. So I had my late husband, I met him when I was 15, and we were like, in love, and we had everything was kind of perfect. I had that dream that I wanted when I was a kid of getting married, having a baby. It was all like my little bubble, and we had a great life together. We had 20 years together. So I think that whole time when we were together, we had a lot of experiences together. We were living both of our dreams. We supported each other in whatever we wanted to do, and our daughter. But tragically, he passed away from cancer a couple of years ago. And it's just having something like that shapes you to the core, and you kind of think, okay, well, I have to kind of reinvent myself because now I have a different identity. I'm a widowed parent, a young widow. It's really weird, because I'm 38 and I'm a young widow, so it's really strange. But I guess success has changed me because now my goal is to make every single day memorable. So I want to live for every day. I want to empower other people to live their life before every day. If there's something you want, go and have the drive to achieve it, whatever it is. It could be a small thing like I want to eat a chocolate bar in Paris at this particular, French, chocolatier. Like, go and do it. Like, just don't stop yourself from living whatever it is. So that would be my definition of success.
So Jenny, you've created huge, memorable, measurable systemic change. How do you define success when your work is really about long-term impact rather than those short-term wins?
So our business is, when I started the company, it was the result of a really bad experience in a previous job. And I was really unwell. I spent 6 months at home deciding whether or not I would use the knife not for food, and sitting on the floor of my kitchen and all those things that many of us in the room have experienced a version of. And I went away, came back, went to Barcelona, started my company on a Friday night in a little less than a night out, and came home with a very clear monomaniacal vision to create change. I had no idea how I was going to do it. I had no idea how I was going to bring my 35 years of experience into the room and say, can I actually do this? I had $43 in my bank account, no clients. So at that time, success was just making a phone call, getting out of bed, all those things that you need to do at the very start. Fast forward 10 years, for me, success is now built on three very fundamental things: wisdom, freedom, and impact. We're a values-driven, purpose-driven business, first and foremost. Everything we do comes from those three things. I have to learn, gain knowledge, share knowledge. That's the wisdom piece. And wisdom is deep knowledge, not just surface-driven stuff. Understanding, getting to know people and see people. That's has to be in everything I do. Freedom is about agency, choice, real choice. And I invite people to think, when was the last time you really made a choice that wasn't actually someone else's decision that had already made? Actual choice and agency. And then impact is obviously about what is that ripple effect. You've heard the concept of ripples over the last couple of days. So success for me is making sure that when I'm working with a client, I'm working with whether it's a leader or a small business, we're in a speaking program for a bunch of Indigenous kids who've come out of Pereira Gallery and taught them how to speak on stage and getting them to share their story. So those tiny little moments, kind of like we talk about culture, that exists in the moment, not in the big thing. So success for me are those moments that then create a bigger ripple on a broader scale. It's not about focusing on the big thing. It's not about focusing on, did I climb Everest? It's, did I put my pack on today? Did I go for my walk? Do I have the right shoes? Those little moments create success in the big picture. And by doing that, I know long term that my impact will grow, the outcomes will grow, and the success of everyone around me will grow as well.
Well, thank you so much, each of you, for being here and sharing your wisdom and stories with us. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is my son, Alex. Everybody give Alex a hand. He's just going to do some special tech things, but while he does that, I'm going to invite my bestie, Dr. Tara Trent, to join me on stage. Please make her very welcome. So, the Women Changing the World Award Summit is a partnership. Katie and Tara and I, and we had this vision to change the world through recognising women, elevating women, connecting women, providing opportunities for women. And we believe that
we can change the world. We believe that when we give a platform, women can empower themselves. We have never believed that we can empower women, but we have believed that we can create opportunities and platforms for women to empower themselves.
So that is at the heart of what we do. But as well as that, the work that we do with Women Changing the World gives back to the girls and women and communities in rural Zimbabwe through Tara Trent International Foundation. And we have a video, I believe, that tells that story. Let's see if we can make the magic happen. Okay, that's okay. So, Tara is the founder and president of TTI, and I am very honoured to be the chair of the organisation and to work alongside TTI and the team on the ground in Zimbabwe and the community to really create change. So I'd like to share a bit about TTI and why you created this foundation.
So, how many of you are coming to the masterclass tomorrow? Okay, I'll talk more about that. But let me just say that Peace and Katie, they have been my Samira. And I think it's a word that you really need to think about. Samira is that friend for life. It is that sister. It is that very person that you can go to and say and ask this person, can you be a trash can? Can you really be the fertile ground upon which I can rise? Because when she becomes your fertile ground, it means she knows your messy story. She knows your dirty story. She knows the wounds that you carry, and she will be there for you. She's also that very person, and I guess when I look at women in this room, I see brilliance, but I also see Ubuntu, which Comfort talked about. I am because we are, since we are, therefore I am. You are the wisdom whispers, the fertile ground upon which we all stand. So years ago, I decided how best can I use my own soul wounding to do good in the world. Tomorrow I'll talk about my story a little bit, but I think there is a writer who once said, a calling is that place where our pain meets the world's need. Meaning that it is through this pain that we carry. And when we say, I want really to dig into this pain, then we discover there are so many needs where that pain resides. So I decided I'm going to build schools. I'm going to support so many young girls so they don't have to go through what I had gone through. I started having babies when I was 14. Don't start me there. Yeah. And so I said to myself, not under my watch. I am going to make it better. I am going to be part of that healing. So from 2014, probably 11, up to now, 40,000 kids have gone through our education system. I work with rural schools, public schools, they are never my schools. And we are sending young women to universities and young men. I cannot take all the credit because I stand on the shoulders of giants. I stand on the shoulders of my Samiras. I remember a few years back when I was doing it on my own, I couldn't raise no penny. It was so difficult. And yet I walked with giants and I could look into these giants and say, please, can you support my foundation? I felt somehow embarrassed to ask. Up until I met my Samiras who said, not everyone you have a voice, use that voice. And the past 3-4 years, I think we raised more than 500,000 because I had friends, and I have some friends who are here. We'll talk about those tomorrow because we are making a difference, and we need to do that. And when women come together, magic happens. I've never wanted to be praised for the work that I know I am doing it from this deep part of me, from this trauma, from this wounding, because I believe God is busy doing some other things up there. And He has asked all of us to say, can you be the extension of my hands? picture by you just now.
So, what Tara was talking about is there are girls from the village who are the first in their families not only to go to school, but to graduate high school and to go to college and university. That would not have happened if it wasn't for the work of TTI in making that possible. And of course, TTI's partners in helping find scholarships for girls to go to college and university. I'm hoping we have a video.
In my community, it's a tradition for families to make up their daughters to get a beast so that the family can get something to eat. For other girls, they just think maybe it's the only option when they don't just resources to go to the education.
I grew up in a rural setup. Being raised by a single mother, it was tough. She was a victim of early childhood, just like the generations.
Taylor Trained International had helped me a lot because when I finished my O-level, I stayed for 5 years without having money to go for tertiary education. They helped me through my headmaster. I was really shocked because it is hard to get a scholarship, but to them it was very easy and always encouraging us to read and to keep on doing our best to have and have a good life. If I had not had the chance to go to school right now, I think my life would be very, very difficult. Or I have rated myself. Like now I'm being recognized as someone else. But back then I was just like no one.
As I was growing up, I was passionate about social and economic, particularly for women, that is being empowerment. The thing my mother is struggling in this life, I had to bring change to the life of the daughters and women. So my program equipped me for skills and knowledge to come up with initiatives and programs that can emancipate women.
When I graduate, I need to have an orphanage to help like orphans because some of us children will not be able to go further away with education because of will not have some parents to take care of us. When you are dependent, you do what your spouse wants you to do, even if things are difficult for you. But now I have wings. I can fly high. Cool. I can do on my own. I really to thank them very much. Yeah, because they have true love.
So we're very proud to support TTI through the Women Changing the World community. And I try to go to Zimbabwe every year and see Terai and visit the community. And when I was there in June of last year, I met this little girl. And her dream when she grows up was to be a pilot. Now, to be a pilot, you need to study science. But unfortunately for her, they don't offer science at her school. So even if she does get to graduate year 12, she won't be able to apply for any science-based university programs. Also, while I was there, I met the principal at Chiroti Secondary School. And it's their dream, the school's dreaming of having this science laboratory. In fact, they've worked really hard to build a new classroom block. And the Chiroti Secondary Old Students Association, so like the PNC, the parents and the community, all chipped in to buy the paint and get a mural painted for the front of the building. And I was so impressed by how dedicated they were, how committed the whole community was to bringing science to this school. But when I went inside the room, it was completely bare. They worked so hard to get the building made. but there were no benches. There was no gas line hooked up so that you could get the Bunsen burner going. There was no sink for the experiments. There were no beakers, test tubes. There was none of the chemicals that you'll need to do the chemical experiments. And I didn't promise them that day that would help build this science lab, but I promised it in my heart, and I promised it to everyone, that we would make this happen, that we would help them get the science lab, because they're working for it, and I'm working for it too now. I want to make sure that that little girl that you saw in that first slide gets to study science. That's her dream. Every child in the world has the right to education, has the right to follow their dreams. My daughter is the same age as her. My daughter's just started high school this year too. But my daughter's allowed to do science because the school she's at has a science lab. I want to make this possible for other kids. So far, we have raised $17,700. But we still have a bit to go to get to 30,000. I'd love you all to grab your phone now and scan this QR code. And I invite you to do what you can, to give what you can. If you can only give $30, then $30 is wonderful. If you can give $100, that would be incredible to buy equipment for these students. If you can give $1,000, we're putting a plaque up and we're listing the donors who've given 1,000 or more. If you can give 14,000 and help us hit that goal today, we will be incredibly happy. But no matter how much or how little you can give, we would be super grateful for your support. And yeah, let's help these kids study science, go to university, follow their dreams and become pilots and engineers and scientists and doctors. Together we can help this happen. And if you'd like to learn more about being involved with Terra International, Terra is here, I'm here, we've got Mila here, Heather Parker, please come and have a chat with us about how you get involved, because we would love you to be on this journey. Thank you. Now I'm just leaving an MC script. It's my great pleasure to introduce our next guest speaker. Next slide. Not yet. Lovely. Okay. I will introduce our next speaker. To the next one. The speaker is okay, our next speaker is Khatija Halabi. With a master's in audiology, Khatija's work centers on connection, inclusion, and empowerment. As the founder of Casey Hearing, she removes the stigma surrounding hearing loss and helps people with hearing challenges reconnect with relationships that give life meaning. She founded the United Muslim Sisters of Latrobe Valley to mobilize migrant women and build bridges between diverse communities in regional Victoria. Now, as chair of Women Making It Work, she leads a not-for-profit network supporting women, particularly from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, to grow in business capability. Please make Khatija very welcome.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Thank you for providing that, providing the work, examples of the work that's being done there through TTI. That's absolutely amazing. All right, so. So hello everybody. It is such an honor to stand in a room filled with women who are leaders in their industries and shaping the world. Today I'll be expanding on a concept that you're already familiar with, and that is social connection is the antidote to isolation. Isolation impacts our well-being, our confidence, and our ability to fully participate in life. Social connection and community, however, has the power to heal that isolation. And isolation is more common than we think. In the month of March alone, I moved between very different spaces. During Hearing Awareness Week, I sat with people who had been struggling with silence for years. On average, people wait more than 7 years before seeking help. Not because help is not available, but because of stigma. In my clinic, I don't just see hearing loss, I see disconnection. People losing access to conversations, laughter, and everyday moments. And when we support them, it's not just the hearing that improves. We restore connection, confidence, and participation. That same week, during International Women's Day, I stood in rooms filled with powerful women. Yet still some of them didn't feel seen or heard. I supported women presenting at the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women and presented them myself online. And as an advocate for the Women Changing the World Awards, I nominated 10 individuals, 7 are now finalists. It's not about resonance. When one vibration amplifies another, and that is what happened here. When we see people for their strength, we amplify their voice and their impact. But across all of these spaces, I noticed the same uncomfortable silence. Too many people are still on the outside. In migrant communities, isolation comes from language barriers, cultural misunderstanding, or systemic bias. For women in male-dominated industries, it can look like being present, but not truly heard. In audiology, we make a distinction between audibility and understanding. So that means you can hear a sound, but you may not necessarily understand the message. The same happens in our workplaces. A woman may be audible, but not truly understood. True inclusion is not just being heard, it's about being understood. And then there is listening effort. When hearing is difficult, the brain works overtime, and it's exhausting. I see the same exhaustion in migrant communities and in women navigating systems not designed for them. Over time, effort becomes fatigue, and fatigue becomes withdrawal. When connection feels hard, it's like the volume of people's world has been turned down. But connection can turn that volume back up again. And that is what physical leadership looks like to me. Creating accessible spaces. In audiology, we improve the signal to noise ratio. As leaders, that means we remove the noise, the bias, assumptions, exclusions, so what matters can be heard. So connection doesn't feel like effort, it becomes healing. There's another concept that we talk about, feedback. It's like that high-pitched whistle that you get from hearing aids when systems are not working. And isolation is like the feedback of a disconnected world. But when we create belonging, that sound becomes clear. The sound becomes strong and the noise fades. For me, this isn't the theory. Tia, a sign language teacher and advocate for deaf rights, taught me that listening is not just with our ears, but with our attention and our presence. You can listen with your eyes and you can speak with your hands. Connection goes beyond sound. I speak about the resilience and the prevention chapter too. And then there is Anne. I met Anne when I first arrived in Australia. She opened her home and her heart and became part of our family. And we called her Granny Anne. Anne became a matriarch of a tribe that I created when I didn't yet have community. She showed up for our lives and gave us something powerful, a sense of belonging, a soft landing. Just a few weeks ago, Anne passed away. And I'm grateful that she knew the impact that she had. She taught me that you don't have to share someone's background to create belonging. Just be willing to listen, be curious, and show up. And when I reflect on Anne and Tia and the women that I stood beside over the last couple of months, the message is clear. Connection doesn't just change lives, it heals them. So see people for who they are and for their strengths. If this keynote resonates with you, I would love to stay connected. And if you would like to see what this looks like in real life, your community, business, and creating belonging, my book shares that journey. So my invitation to you all today is this. Create spaces with acoustic and emotional clarity. Spaces that people hear and understand. Show up and feel like they belong. And the connection is not left to chance but designed with intention. Because when we choose connection, we don't just build businesses, we are building strong communities that enable people to thrive. Thank you so much.
I'd now like to introduce Mandy Horton. Mandy is a qualified cosmetic chemist and founder of Sea Dragon Organic, a certified organic skincare brand from Australia. After co-owning a successful skincare business, she returned to study cosmetic chemistry in her late 40s, creating more advanced formulations and uncovering how marketing shapes consumers' choices. Now based in Houston and working globally, Mandy is passionate about helping people understand what they put on their skin. Through True Beauty with Mandy, she provides practical, science-led education that empowers informed decisions. Her work blends science, ethics, and transparency, guiding consumers to look beyond marketing and choose evidence-based products. Please make Mandy very welcome.
Hello everyone, how are you? Well, as you just heard, I'm a cosmetic chemist. I've been in my home position. I've been an entrepreneur for about 8 years across 3 key brands, and I wasn't always a chemist. I did start making really simple skincare when I was a teenager, and that's when I took into my first business. So I always had to work with a chemist to get products to market. And I got to a point where I really wanted to make more technically complex products. And I had been working with this beautiful chemist called Peter, and he introduced me to green chemistry. And he was so passionate. And I guess I caught the bug from him and I wanted to know more. He'd also gone back to study later in life, and I thought, I can do this. So I went back to uni and, became a cosmetic chemist. But I just didn't learn about formulating. I learned about the industry itself, and I was quite shocked with how they taught us how clever marketing and specific formulating is used to turn what is a basic moisturiser into just a big promise. It really doesn't do much for your skin. And once you learn about marketing in skincare, you start to see it everywhere. So with those tools, I became a bit of a skincare detective. So today I'm going to share with you 2 tools so that you can become a skincare detective too. Oh, that's the first one. Symbols are such a great way to communicate a lot of information really quickly. I've got them on my website. We use them in the industry everywhere. And these are from Canvas, so they're freely available for everyone. The thing is, you can put them anywhere. You can put them on your website, your packaging, products. You can put them on products that are predominantly made from fossil fuels. You can put them on packaging that's not biodegradable. The thing is, there's no agreed meaning to these symbols in the industry. To a large extent, brands don't even mean what they want them to mean. They're not proof of anything. Certifications. Now, can you see the difference? The certifier is named. A certifier is an independent company that have come into a brand and they've audited the products, the packaging and the claims, and they offer proof. Proof such as the product is natural, it is sustainable, or it is organic. When you can see the name of the certifier, that is your proof. Now, I have seen logos that was things like certified natural, but without the name of the certifier, it's just art. It's not proof. Now I want to tell you about one of the things I really enjoyed about being a student. We had to reverse engineer a product that chose a serum. And I knew that the main ingredient was jojoba oil. Now, I knew that because it was the first ingredient listed in the ingredients list. And it also contained sea buckthorn oil. Now, sea buckthorn oil is bright red. And if you include it as well as just 0.2%, it turns any product bright red. But as a student, a good student, I knew that it really needed to be included at 3% to see the beautiful skin benefits from this oil. The only problem was my oil was pale yellow. Through reverse engineering, ethically as a student, I was able to determine that my serum was 99% jojoba, and the other 11 ingredients totaled around 1%. Now remember that sea buckthorn oil needs to be included at 3%, and that's to give beautiful skin benefits like calming irritation and protecting the skin barrier, and it's the good antioxidants, anti-aging benefits. But not in my oil. My serum really had no extra skin benefits than just pure 100% jojoba oil, but it was a lot more expensive. Now that brand had done nothing illegal. They had included all of the ingredients on the ingredients list, but just not an input level that would have any benefit to your skin. And in the industry, they tend to use emotional words like we've got on our slide here. Youthful, age-defying, blow up. Now these words don't specifically describe what a product does to the skin. They're quite intentionally very general. They also use general statements such as this product contains sea buckthorn oil. Our clinical data looks different, and that's what we need to look for. In its simplest form, we need to look at the numbers. Now, we've got a few examples here. Now, there is a lot of variation in the validity of clinical trials, but the more specific, the better. It's not as sexy as the words on the left here, but these are the results from clinical trials. That's your proof that the product has been independently tested and it's going to do what you want it to do. Well, I really enjoyed getting up here and talking to you. This is a big moment for me. If you would like to get out your phones and scan my beautiful QR code. It takes you to a landing page. Hopefully I'll get a chance to chat with all of you throughout the day, but if not, this is going to be a beautiful way for us to connect. And just remember, when it comes to skincare, look for proof. Thank you.
It's now my great pleasure to welcome our next presenter. Neela Rankin is a licensed marriage and family therapist from Southern California, whose work is shaped by her resilience. After overcoming personal challenges, she returned to graduate school in midlife to pursue a calling in mental health. A mother of 3 and a grandma, she spent years raising her family before transitioning into nonprofit leadership and later clinical practice. Her experience includes trauma-informed therapy, crisis intervention, and support for depression, anxiety, and life transitions. In private practice, she combines evidence-based approaches with empathy, believing healing happens through connection and that even life's hardest chapters can lead to transformation. Please make her very welcome, Neela.
I look at all you beautiful women, and I just want to say how completely inspired I have been listening to your stories. And one thing, the common thread through all of our stories is that we have backgrounds, we have trauma, we have all kinds of things that can propel us in different directions. And one thing that I like to look for is signs. Like, is there a sign that I should turn a certain way? Is there a sign I should go in a different direction? And one of the signs that I received today was that my contact lens fell. So what that means is I really can't see the words on this page. So I think that is the message that I need to and start by saying is that I imagine that all of you know what it is like to fall, right? We fall in love, we fall into old patterns, we are learning about falling, minding that, be careful where you are. And sometimes we become afraid of falling. And we believe that in the falling, we may be exposed, that somebody may see our weakness, they may judge us in a way that isn't how we want to be seen. But when we're at a place where the kind of fall, where the ground disappears beneath you, and you don't know what comes next, in those moments, we really need to look at it and see where we can find support. Sometimes when we fall, we will get up quickly, we'll brush ourselves off, and we'll say, oh, I'm fine, but really we're not. But in my life, I started to notice that when I fell, there were moments, very precise moments, when help would come in ways that I didn't expect. A stranger showing up just in time, a message arriving just when I needed it, a door closing as another one opens. And then I started to think, okay, so what if we really aren't alone? What if we are part of something much better? So I want to share a couple of stories. A few years ago, I was on a plane going to New York to visit my son. And I had a short layover in Chicago. And the plane went down, for a landing. And when it went down, my lipstick. So I bent down to pick up my lipstick. And then when I went to stand up, I felt like the whole world had tilted. I couldn't stand up. I couldn't speak. All my language was garbled. And the flight attendant was looking at me. She's like, excuse me, I have you drinking? At 10 a.m. So, and I couldn't even say to her, no, I'm not. And what I found out later is that I had a stroke. Thankfully, it was a mild stroke, but it was a stroke. So instead of going to New York, I got the amazing privilege of getting into an ambulance and having it take me to the ER. And
what they found out was that my cerebral artery was 90% included. So when the doctor saw me, he said, "You're standing on the edge of the cliff. You have very few options. You can have medication, but there's no guarantees. And you can have this procedure, but there's really no guarantees with that, and you'll still have to have medication. So make a choice." So I decided to go ahead and have a procedure. There were no guarantees, and I was scared. I was really, really scared. The procedure was very risky, and it could, there's no mulligans when you're doing brain surgery. They get it right, it's one and done. And so it was the day before my surgery, and I was needing to take an Uber. And all of us take Ubers, and we don't think much about it. So I called my Uber, the Uber drove up, and it was a really beautiful young woman, and her car was a disaster. And so I'm like, oh, that's an interesting, I'll get in the car. So we get in the car, and we start driving to my house. And instead of pulling onto the street, she pulls into my driveway, and she turns off the car. I don't know about you, but normally Uber drivers do not stop. And she looked at me and she said, "I have a letter from God for you. Can I give it to you?" And sure. So she handed me an envelope. And in the envelope was this letter. And then she said, "Can I pray with you?" She didn't know I was having brain surgery. There was no reason for her to, make that, give me that question. I said, sure. She put her hands right where I was having surgery and prayed. And she was steady and certain and just incredibly supportive. So then I said goodbye. I took my letter in. I go into my house. There's my 3 kids. And I said, "Oh my gosh, we don't have to worry. I'm going to be fine. I just got a letter from God." And if they didn't think I was crazy, before, they really thought I was that. But the surgery went well. I was fine. And so here I am. But it was a beautiful sign. I call that presence. You might call it the universe, some other name, higher power, spirit. And I think it matters less about what you call it than really knowing that we are part of something so much bigger than ourselves. And it's in the suffering that we can sometimes have the opportunity to have an extra, a closer connection with our heart. And we're not navigating this life alone. And it's maybe in those moments, those interruptions, those coincidences, they're not random. Maybe they're invitations. And they're invitations to pause, to notice, and to trust. There was a time in my life where I did not feel like it was working. I was low. Depression had chased me all of my life, and it caught me this time, and caught me hard. And I fell. So when you think about falling, some people stumble, and I ended up hospitalized, medication, and intensive therapy. And because of the care that I got, my whole life changed. And I realized that, my past trauma, my brain surgery, all of these things, they're leading me to this moment. And why am I being led to this moment? And what I realized was after that I got the amazing therapy, I felt like everybody should have this. Like, I'm lucky because I have health insurance, but what about people who don't? And so I decided to go back to university, midlife, and I was scared out of my mind. I knew I wanted to become a therapist, but going back to school felt selfish, it felt self-indulgent. It was, our kids are getting ready to leave for college, and I'm going to spend all this money on graduate school. And so I applied to many schools,
forfeited many admission deposits, and it could do a trigger. And then one day, it's the day of school, the first day of class, and I'm in my car. There seems to be a theme of cars here, but I'm in my car, and I drive on the street that I drive all the time, same street always. And I turn onto the street, and I stopped. And to my left, in the middle of the street, in the grass parkway, was a sign, like an actual sign. And it said, "Trust yourself." I got out of the car. This is the picture I took. And for me, that was a sign from my higher power that going to graduate school was the right thing to do. I was so excited about it, I drove back around and I thought, okay, take something with it. It was gone. I drove around the block and it was gone. It was meant just for me. Which to this day, I still can't believe it. If I didn't have the picture, I would think that I made it up because it just doesn't possible. So I'm up here talking about signs that have changed my life. And I want to encourage you to look for signs also. And look for the moments when you're feeling the most insecure, the most broken, you don't know what to do, and trust that there's more out there for you. And all you have to do is really slow down and start looking. So what I have my QR code here because I would love to continue a conversation with any of you who already have found signs in their lives that you'd like to share the story. And I think it would be really fun to get a group of people together who want to continue to share and support each other. Because these moments of awe aren't just for me. I'm not special, but I'm a seeker and I look and I trust that the answer's out there. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Shadon Capri. Shadon is an award-winning American attorney, best-selling author, and human rights advocate, reshaping global conversations on justice and equality. Founder of Capri Law and Consulting, she champions families, survivors, and marginalized communities through family law, civil rights, and international human rights. Born in Tehran and raised in the US after fleeing the Iranian Revolution, her experience as a first-generation immigrant fuels her commitment to women's rights and global equity. Her bestsellers, The Red Movement and Corporate Greed at the Human Cost, expose forced labour and systemic exploitation, cementing her role as a fearless advocate for global reform. Please make her very welcome, Shadon Capri.
As I stand here before this crowd, I am both humbled and honored to be among all of you. My name is Shadon Capri. I'm a human rights attorney, author, and advocate. I started my own boutique international law firm, Capri Law and Consulting, because what I wanted didn't exist out there. So I had to create it myself. But long before any of that, I was a child of refugees. I don't really talk about my background very much, but it begins with parents who fled from Iran in 1979. They left a homeland that they absolutely loved, with nothing more than a suitcase and a hope that their children would live in a world safer than the one that they were escaping. I grew up with stories of borders crossed in fear, of displaced communities, and of executions. Yet woven through every single story was a quiet, unshakable truth. Even in the face of unimaginable loss, the human spirit rises. That shaped me long before I became an attorney. It taught me that justice is not theoretical, it's lived, it's inherited, and it's personal. And it taught me what something other speakers today have said, that purpose often grows from the very place that pain once lived. Nothing in our lives is accidental. Every wound offers us a choice to become bitter or to become better. And when we realize our power, the inherent power that each of us has, everything about the way we move through this world changes. That's why it's an honor to stand here among all of you who are not only imagining a different future, but creating one. My journey into this world didn't begin in a classroom or even in a courtroom. It began with a simple, powerful truth. In every corner of the world today, women and children are still fighting battles they should never be forced to fight. Battles for safety, battles for dignity, and battles for basic human rights. As an attorney, I have sat across victims of trafficking. I've sat across victims of domestic violence. I've sat across victims of forced labor and slave labor. And unfortunately, it's something that still persists today. The United Nations estimates that over 50 million people are living in modern-day slavery today. This includes slave labor, forced labor, and child labor. This is double the amount when slavery was legal. Modern-day slavery exists in a way very different from the form of the past. It now hides in global supply chains that sell us clothes, food, coffee, chocolate, toys, and it even can be found in the building of construction sites of some of the world's most famous sporting events, the Olympics and the World Cup. From child slaves in the Ivory Coast that give the world 70% of its chocolate supply, to women and children who are forced to make clothes that we all wear under very inhumane conditions. But this is the miracle. Women continue to rise. Women rise in factories, we rise in communities, we rise in the face of systems that are meant to break us. Women rise, and when they do, the world shifts. That's why I wrote the book, The Red Movement. Because what we buy is more than a trail of receipts. It's a legacy we leave behind. One that supports exploitation or freedom, whether we realize it or not. The Red Movement has become an international bestseller. Book reviews have come in from Italy, Spain, France, Germany, Singapore, India, Japan, Australia, the US, and UK. Women's Insider has called it a silent global revolution, where the world is finally waking up to not only what they buy, but how it's made. Ethical consumerism is going mainstream. People are doing their research and refusing to support corporations, products, and even events built on exploitation. The message is growing and it's changing global markets. I've personally seen how awareness can become action and action can change the world. And I want people to understand that we are not helpless. We are powerful beyond measure. Every choice we make as consumers, as professionals, as leaders, send a strong message about the world we are willing to tolerate and the world we want to create. The Red Movement is built on the truth that individual choices multiply, reshape justice. It's why gatherings like today's summit are so important. When women come together, we share ideas, we share momentum, we share that justice is not only possible, but it's our birthright. This requires us to confront exploitation, challenge norms, and understand modern-day slavery, and speak powerfully for individual and collective action. Because we know the cost of inaction is greater than the cost of fear. I stand here today not as a woman who has all the answers, but a woman who refuses to stop asking the hard questions. Who made this? Who paid the ultimate price? And what am I doing when I support systems of exploitation embedded in global supply chains? There are amazing organizations doing amazing work, uplifting communities, giving women and children, giving women a living wage. Every time you buy something ethically sourced, you change the world. Because what we buy is more than a tray of receipts. It's a vote for the kind of world we want to live in. And when we vote with our dollar, it forces corporations to listen. So let's continue to rise. Let's continue to disrupt patriarchal systems built on exploitation. Because the world is not changed by our beliefs alone. It's changed by our actions. Ultimately, our real legacy is more than just our titles: mother, wife, professional, leader. It's the world we leave behind when we're no longer here. If you'd like to learn more, go to Redefining.
I'm now pleased to welcome our next presenter to the stage. Stella Olivia Picoyo is an award-winning empowerment leader, marketer, lecturer, and international speaker. As founder of Stella Woman Academy, editor-in-chief of Stella Woman magazine, and host of the Stella Woman Show, she creates platforms that elevate women's voices and drive transformation. Interviewing global leaders like Penny Kiyosaki and Sharon Lecter, she shares powerful stories that inspire action and impact. Through expertise in brand positioning, neuromarketing, and NLP and mindfulness, Stella helps women break limitations, realign their purpose, and create lasting legacies. Please join me in making Stella very welcome.
Bonjour. Have you ever wondered that the woman you're trying to become is just waiting for you to remember her? Power remembered. It's a gift from thinking to being. That's me with my little sister. I was born and raised in Uganda, and I belong to the Bantu, right? By my grandma, who loved me very much. Now, grandma wanted me to become a very good girl and a good woman. And that meant you needed to be quiet. In one moment, I tried to speak, open my mouth. When a sharp look and voice. You don't talk when others are talking. You don't interrupt. You only speak when you're talking to. I listened. Grandma did not mean any harm. It's how she was taught, and that's how she was raising me. But it was beyond that, is what I saw seated down on the mat in the living room with grandma, quiet, especially when men were present, occupying the space and with loud voices. I was seated with her on the mat, watching and learning that women do not take up space and their voices don't mean much. School made it even stronger. You were punished for speaking in many spaces, and I quickly learned silence was the safest approach. I wanted to be a good girl, so silence earned me a badge. Not silence of peace and presence, but a silence of suppression. Over time, I began to disappear. For many of us, you stop asking, who am I? And you start asking, what is allowed? What will they approve of? And what should I do? And before you know it, you don't touch with your own power. And that, my friends, is what happened to me. For many times, for a long time in my life, I feel silence, even in meeting rooms where I was the most knowledgeable. It was the safest thing to do. Now, you can imagine the woman who needed to become couldn't even speak. That's how I started to lose power. I started to ask, how can I become her? The woman I wanted to become. I didn't know how. I walked the path of coaching, training, I couldn't become her. Why is it this way? On the outside, I was accomplished. On the inside, it was far different. I could see her. She was fully expressed. I couldn't become her. However much I tried, I even imitated those seemingly had figured it out. Nothing could stick. I was distorted. My friends, when you know he exists, you can't after that. You try harder, but you can't. Then I realized something needed to change, but I didn't know what. Then suddenly, in a quiet moment, a question popped that changed everything. And that question was, why can't I become her? Changed. It was uncomfortable because that question was taking me within me. Uncomfortable. I realized that for a long time, I was waiting for permission, I was waiting for validation, I was waiting for someone to say, Dana, you can now become her. And when I realized, person, what would to do it? What would I do in that moment? I realized that no one was stopping me. I didn't need permission. I could only do one thing, decide to be her. I could, oh yes. Do you know what it feels like to finally realize that you already have the power to decide to be her? That changed me because power remembered becomes your identity embodied. And then I remembered something else, or I came to realize. The power is not something, it's just something we remember. And that became my journey of remembering. For me, it was that simple. I had to remember, reclaim, and that's how I was able to radiate. Now, over time, I realized that that's the thing I could live, and I have been. I created that formula, the embodied power path. It allows you to first align with who you truly are and authorize yourself to be. And lastly, activate by showing up in the world. So if who you are and what you say and how you show up alive, you stop convincing. You start magnetizing. And then I realized something further. That to create powerful brands and build impactful legacies, it can't happen from a powerless identity. That was a big change because that was where the identity was embodied. So today, I come here to reveal to you an embodied identity. That it is possible for a quiet girl like me to come on stage, share my story, to interview impactful women, to share with amazing women here in the audience, create spaces in the stellar moment where others share their voices. And today, to the quiet girl in the room, the quiet woman, I want to say your voice matters. It was not meant to be silent. It is meant to be yours. And I have to tell you, when women remember their power, they stop waiting for you to choose them, they stop asking, and they stop shrinking. They rise. And when women rise, the world changes. Because power, remember, becomes identity embodied. And you don't just become her, you decide to be her. And in this moment, I want to say, I want you to choose to be her today. And if you don't mind, I want you to take this moment and quietly place your hand on your heart and make a decision to be her today. So decide, say, I decide to be her today. Thank you. As you embody her, I want you to remember everything's going to change and the world at large. Thank you. And if you want to know more about the embodied path, the 7 secret soul shifts, as well as part of branding and connect with me, that's my QR code. Thank you very much.
It's now my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Tanya Hicks. Tanya is a globally recognised advocate, author, and visionary founder, redefining leadership through her groundbreaking concept of authenticity architecture. With transformational programs and empowering stories, learn more about how Tanya ignites a movement of courage, connection, and purpose, inspiring individuals and communities to embrace their unique strengths and create a ripple effect of joy and meaningful change worldwide. Please join me in making Tanya very welcome.
Thank you, Bees. I'm a neuroaffirming counsellor, so do you need to move around, stand at the side, sit in front of me here? I know I say that, then no one does it. I really would like someone, if you need to move to take in the information, here is the permission that you may not know you've been asking for. So about 2 years ago, I found out something about myself that changed everything. For 47 years, I thought I wasn't very smart, average at best. I didn't say I wasn't successful. I was successful at many things, but it was more about all them again, under the radar. And 2 years ago, after many years of perimenopause, can I get a hey yeah for anyone else that's gone through that? What happened with perimenopause is that it stripped every ability I had to mask. It stripped my ability to people please, it stripped all of the strategies that I have very carefully created throughout my life so that people didn't know the areas that I was struggling in. And 2 years ago, diagnoses fell from the sky, it felt. ADHD, autistic, hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, PTSD, CPTSD, can we get any more letters? I had them all. So with that came clarity. It was like there's a reason why it's felt so much harder all these years. And I really wanted to do something with that reason because there's been a lot of self-hatred, and I have a child that I don't want to have that. And I'm sure I'm not the only mother in the world, in the room that feels that. And so with that knowledge, I decided after being a naturalist my whole life that I would start on my advanced sertraline. I would actually ask and receive support. I would have accommodations. I would build a business that actually suits my brain and body. I would take my child out of school. I would do all the things that I needed to do so that I could work in a way that really optimized my brain and body. And what started as me feeling like this sparkly alien in the world for my whole life, going under the radar, transitioned me into becoming what is known as the misfit matriarch. So I have a nest on the Sunshine Coast where there's other neurodivergent or neurocomplex people that come and be safe to be their authentic self as well. So today we've had some people speaking about hitting costs, etc. And the challenge with having ADHD and being second last is I've rewritten my plan 47 times since I've been sitting in the audience. So the costs nobody put in your business plan. As women changing the world, we need a plan. We need a strategy, we need networks and collaborations, a business plan. But we need one that reflects reality for us as women. I've been through so many leadership courses that clearly were written for white neurotypical males and wondered why I just didn't fit that. I did the things, didn't work. And then I realized that all the people that did fit actually started life each day at a different starting point to me. And so I decided to map that out because even with the business plan, there's a component of our business plan that's not being tracked. And especially for women, it needs to be one that shows the broken sleep you run on. One that shows, thank you, being underestimated before you speak. One that shows the systems that are built for someone else. One that shows the energy spent just to be legible. And I heard some of our sisters talking about having English not as their first language and how challenging that is just to show up in the room and be heard. Every one of these is actually a real cost. And when we try and do business like white neurotypical males, when we are mothers and we are sisters, we don't get the same result. And I would really like it if we could be honest about it and actually start working in a way that factors in all the things and the hidden costs that come with being a woman. So what if I told you that the missing column that I've got up here actually does relate to an hourly rate that you have been missing out on all these years? Now on this next clicker, thank you, Alice. If you grab your phones out, this is my gift to you. I actually built a little mini map for you. So it's an app where you can go through in your own time and work out all of your hidden costs, how much it actually will factor in for your line, what the hourly rate is, some suggestions for how to accommodate those as well. And the reason I do that is because I believe that everyone needs to know what their hidden costs are so they have a chance to actually accommodate and support them. And not just for themselves. Like I hear women here speaking about the teams that they have as well. Do you know the hidden costs that your teams have just to show up each day? And I'm going to speak about one of our team members because I think it's important that we get to know our team members. Just raise your hand. Has anyone else got team members? Or we've got mostly team members? Yeah. And when I was going through leadership, it was like having that distance, and there is professional boundaries. But how well do you know your team? Do you know their aspirations? Do you know the challenges they have? And in getting to know one of my team members, I found out that she was going overseas to India to do face painting at orphanages just for taking leave and doing it. And I was like, oh, I'm in. Let me pay for the paint. But if I wasn't interested in her, if I wasn't interested in what lights her up, then I would miss that opportunity, which was such a beautiful opportunity to be virtually carried through all of these orphanages that didn't get people to come and just paint for the fun of it. And seeing the joy was one of the greatest business experiences I've actually experienced. So when you take that home, just know nothing is captured, but you'll see when you start tapping into it, some of the trigger warning are quite triggering. I do have in there about DV, and you'll see that you have, as soon as you click on some of those costs, your battery meter goes down and down. So that's for you to have a look. You can also use that with your team members as well. Also on there is a starting line. Thank you. So you can't really see it as well here. But if we look at this as a starting line, like how many of your team members and how many people in this room actually don't start at the starting line? More than you'd probably be aware of. So with regards to the team members I was talking about, the starting line for some of my team members, if we think about the starting line here, like the Olympics, you know how you've got the blocks and the hands down. I was actually going to demonstrate that, but I've got high heels on, so I think I might fall. And each of those costs that you see in your own app shows how far back from the starting line they actually start the day before anything happens. And my starting line before I did all the accommodations and medications and the changes was in the car park. That's how far behind I had to work to be able to catch up. And one of my team members with her own hopes and dreams, without the supports and changes that I made in the workplace to make work accessible, I had mothers with disabled children that I spoke about yesterday. They get to bring their children to work, and I have set up some other team members that actually help look after them so they can have something for themselves. They can have a career. They can walk in and go, 3 hours sleep, and I'm like, I got you. Or they walk in and say, oh, I'm running late, and I'm like, 5 minutes, go and get yourself sorted, I've got this. And if we really want to change the world for women, are we changing the world for women in our teams? Like, are we really? Because I find that people sometimes that go first and they do it so hard. And we all talked about standing on the shoulders of giants and people who do things really hard, the people before us. But we have to be, as women, willing to have done it harder and allow it to be easier for those that come after us. Allow it to be accommodated as well. So this team member, with her own hopes and dreams, without the support, she was carrying about 27 hours a week of extra load than anyone else in the team. 27 hours, just to be able to show up to work. She had a single mother, still a teenager. She was autistic, sensory load, ADHD, executive function, dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, in every form. And yet, as a boss, she was incredible. She was such a good worker. She worked one-on-one with the little, so we have interest-based groups for autistic kids and teens. She was the one that, the little ones that didn't feel comfortable being in a group, she would play with them one-on-one and make them feel seen, make them feel confident to step in the room. And so as a boss, I was like, I need this person. You've got a skill that I can't connect with this young person on. How can I make that happen? And I think as bosses, we need to be doing that. We need to be looking at how we can also make it easier for our team members to show up in their best capacity. So with regards to that team member too, I had a bit of a personal interest because it was also my daughter. So my daughter that I had changed my life for. Sorry. So the same person. So my daughter, without changes and accommodations, she would be starting not just like in the car park like I was, she'd be starting in a car park over and have to shuttle bus to the starting line just to be at the same stage as everyone else. And I heard Dr. Trent say before, not on my watch, I had the same moment, not on my watch, this is not happening. So you can see up here, she's safe at home. She can be who she is authentically, and really, even if I don't agree with it. She's cared and loved and supported, and she sets her own pace. She has guidance for her actual life, not an idea of what life should be. She has financial safety net because of the changes I made. I had to go first, and every mother in here as well. You know that you need to go first, right? You need to actually create this for yourself. So, there goes on my sheets. But I'm going to ask you to not leave me standing here by myself. I'm not going to make you all this year, but if you can, I invite you to stand. Stand if you have a young person watching you build. Stand if you have a team member who is learning what is possible from you. Stand if you have a client whose life changes because of what you do. Stand if you have chosen family who need to see someone like them make it. Stand if you are building something that will outlast you. And stand if you're doing it for someone who actually can't be here standing today. Look around. We are all standing for each other here. And we're standing for our sisters in places where it's not safe to show up and stand like this. It's so crucial and important for the ones who are building where it's not safe to do so. So you can either stand proud by yourself or you can place your hand around someone that's around you as well. But just know that we're all in this together. We all need to be standing for the ones that can't stand. And I tell my daughter all the time to, yes, I'm building this privilege for you, this incredible privilege, and I am proud of that. Be proud of the privilege that you are building, because none of this would have happened if I didn't go first. If I didn't look at my own shit, if I didn't get over the non-medication thing, I had to go first. And if you look around at the room, I love this, I feel like I could cry. Thank you so much for standing with me. So you now have the opportunity to calculate what it shows you and stand up Now imagine what it costs them if you don't. Thank you so much.
I'll just give you the nod, yeah. Okay. Just stop. So, keep going.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, beautiful. It is now my great pleasure to welcome Dr. Tristina Anderson. Dr. Tristina is an award-winning author, transformational architect, and international speaker, dedicated to helping individuals lead, live, and make decisions in the face of fear. With 25 plus years in executive leadership, entrepreneurship, and advisory roles, she blends strategic rigor with deeply lived insight. She's the author of Resilience, Picking Up My Shattered Pieces, earning the 2025 International Impact Book Award for Female Empowerment and Author of the Year. She's founder of the Fearless Living Movement, and Dr. Anderson guides high-performing individuals to confront the hidden cost of fear and the weight of regret, guiding them to design lives rooted in truth, courage, and legacy. Please join me in making Dr. Tristina very welcome.
There is something powerful about being in a room full of women who have built, led, survived, created, and carried more than most people will ever know. A room like this holds accomplishment, but it also holds story. And I have come to believe that behind every accomplished woman is not just what she has done, but what she has carried to get there. The responsibilities, the expectations, the reinvention, the quiet decisions no one ever sees. Because a woman's life is rarely built in a straight line. It is built in chapters, in sacrifice, in resilience, in seasons of becoming. And sometimes, if we're honest, in seasons where parts of us had to wait. Not disappear, but wait. Wait while we raised children. Wait while we held families together. Wait while we built companies, supported partners, survived heartbreak, navigated illness, carried pressure, and kept going. And from the outside, it can look extraordinary. And it is. But even in a beautiful life, there can still be pieces of ourselves that remain untouched, unspoken, and unlived. I think that is one of the quiet truths of a woman, that sometimes we become exactly who the world needed us to be before we fully became who we were meant to be for ourselves. And yet something remarkable happens as we grow. And the older I get, the more I see that a woman's life is not only measured by her titles, her milestones, or even her success. It is also measured by whether she allowed herself to live it fully. Whether she spoke what was true, whether she loved deeply, whether she honored what still stirred inside her, whether she answered the parts of her life that still called her forward. Because there comes a point when life stops stops being about proving and starts being about becoming. Not becoming more impressive, but becoming more true, more at peace with our own voice, more willing to stand in our own life without shrinking, editing, or postponing the parts that matter most. I don't think the greatest loss in life is failure. I think the greatest loss is distance. Distance from ourselves. Distance from what matters. Distance from the life that somewhere deep down we know is still asking something of us. And that distance doesn't always look dramatic. Sometimes it looks like functioning, performing, achieving, showing up beautifully for everyone else while quietly setting aside the very things that would make us feel most whole. A conversation we need to have, a truth we need to speak, a dream we keep telling ourselves is too late, a part of our voice that has been waiting for the right moment. And maybe that is why gatherings like this matter. Because in a room full of women who are changing the world, we're reminded of something important. That change doesn't happen just out there. It also happens in here. In the private moments where a woman decides she will no longer abandon herself. In the quiet moments where she admits that something in her life is still asking to be lived. And in the sacred moments where she realizes that all of her experience, all her wisdom, all her success were never meant to silence her next becoming. They were meant to prepare her for it. That is what moves me about women. Not simply that we endure, not simply that we achieve, but that even after all that we have carried, there is still something in us that reaches, still something that dreams, still something that imagines, still something that knows there may yet be another chapter waiting to be written. That is not selfish, my friends, and that is not indulgent. That is life asking for wholeness. So today, standing in this room with women who are making an impact in so many different ways, I do not believe the question is whether we are capable. Of course we are. The question is whether we will permit ourselves to keep unfolding, whether we will keep answering what is still stirring in us, whether we will keep making room for joy, for truth, for love, voice, and purpose. Not just in the lives that we influence, but in the lives ourselves we are living. Because what becomes of a woman is not determined only by what she achieves. It is determined by what she allows herself to say, what she allows herself to become, what she allows herself to receive, what she allows herself to begin even now. And perhaps that is the real invitation of a life well lived. Not to be admired from the outside, but to be inhabited from within. Fully, courageously, without leaving too much of ourselves waiting at the edge. So today, I leave you with this. May we not only be women who build remarkable lives, may we be women who live them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tristina. What an amazing session we've had. We have planned to start book launch now, but we're going to have lunch and then we'll do book launch session when we come back, and then we'll get the awards presentations. So yes, we're going to a bit of a break now. I'm just wondering where Katie is. She was gonna come and say a few. She's just like, yeah, can somebody grab her? Thank you. She told me she wanted to say something, but she didn't tell me what it was. I'd love to hear from you, though. What was one of the messages that you'll take from today? Someone wants to put their hand up and share. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Making sure lunch is ready. Hello, I just want to do some housekeeping. So we've got lunch downstairs in the restaurant downstairs, and that's ready for us now. And then if anyone needed a space to get ready for the afternoon program, just in this hallway, you'll see there's a door open. There's another kind of conference room space where we're allowed to use, even if you want to store things in there. There's also an incredible terrace out the side here that we also have access to. So if you just feel like some sunshine, a little bit of quiet time, you're welcome to use that space as well. Yeah, very exciting, and we'll see everyone back here at 3 p.m.
Can I just ask that we clear this room? We need to do a sound check. We have an incredible performer who will be singing for us tonight, so we do need to clear the room so she can do a tech run and make sure that everything is ready. So please take your bags with you, go downstairs and have some lunch. See you backstage. Everybody.